Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to say hello and welcome to another great presentation of ASHFORD GARLEY Live on Brace Radio Africa. We're live from Detroit, and it feels great to be back home. Very shortly, as soon as we get a signal from our special guest, NIMBA County Senatorial Aspirant, Mrs. EDITH GONGLOE-WEH, is live in our British Radio Africa studio tonight, folks. I'm telling you. Make no mistake, throw no joke on this one. It's not good for your body. Eat healthy. Exercise. Drink plenty of water. God is good. Within 3 months, I've lost 6 inches off my waist. From size 40, I'm wearing 34 now. And sometimes in life, folks, it is good to say no to somebody and don't hold yourself responsible or guilty. Don't feel bad when you say no to people sometimes. But don't say no in a way that you offend the person. Tell the person no and move further to say, I don't think so right now. But if anything changes, I will call you. What's the best number to reach you? You just said no to the person. I don't have it right now. But if anything changes, I'll call you. What's the best number to reach you? So you ask for the person's number. So if you didn't return the call, the main thing has not changed. And folks, by way of introduction, this is the brother who doesn't eat iron, but he's definitely stronger than a lion. The medicine of the microphone, the golden voice of Liberia. And now you know me, Garley. Welcome, folks. Please share the video. Invite a few friends. Grab something to drink. Get the popcorn rolling. And let's together have a great time tonight. I'm ASHFORD GARLEY. Let's have fun. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have live with us from Liberia, Montserrat to be precise, Senatorial Aspirant for NIMBA County, Mrs. EDITH GONGLOE-WEH. Madam Well, hello and welcome to British Radio Africa. Madam Well, hello and welcome to British Radio Africa. You're live on the radio. I don't know what's going on because this is still photo there. Mrs. Where you live on the radio? Can you hear me? I think we experiencing some
So
uh,
the network is
network.
unstable right now.
Okay, okay, I think yeah. But hello and welcome to the show. You know, if we can though, if we can get the network to be stable, then we might perhaps, you know, just do the WhatsApp. I would have preferred you to be on video tonight, though. You know what I mean? Can you hear me?
It's terrible. It's coming. You are coming in broken.
Coming in broken. Okay, that's because of the internet situation. So, what would you prefer? Can we do the WhatsApp connection?
And
I think we should do the WhatsApp connection. Okay, is that okay?
kind of trending. It seems
Now, as we wait for Mrs. Ware to do some type of adjustment to her device, I want to say hello to Eto Smith, Jimmy Papi Garley, D Flomo, Robert Williams, Philip Basor, Jepta Nyan, Randall Thomas. I also see Miss Patricia Peters. Orlando Chenoweth is in the building as well. John Swiggle, and I see Titus Novell, Atotati, Solomon Saka, John M. Johnson, Ansumala Ability, Sylvester Constance, Gloria Mulba, and of course I see the cheerful DV. Musa Sharif, Mrs. Where can you hear me now? Do we have some type of stability now? Okay, this is what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna do I'm gonna call you via WhatsApp and get you via audio instead of video because this is not working. Okay. So drop the line. Let me call you via WhatsApp so that we can bring you in via audio. Okay. Thank you. So can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I don't think the video gonna work, Mrs. Where, so we're gonna do the WhatsApp, okay? Hello, can you hear me? This is Where, how you doing? Can you hear me now? Mrs. Where, how you doing? Can you hear me? See, now you just know. Hey, leper. Fish, I ain't done that business. There you go. So, God bless you. Don't see that medicine. Okay. Mrs. Edith GONGLOE-WEH, can you hear me now? Okay, why don't we do this, Mrs. Ware? Since we are not making progress in terms of the video images, why don't we do the audio, the WhatsApp? Okay, I think I would prefer us to do that because the guests or the listeners are already here. They're waiting. They want to hear from you. They're anxious. They're waiting. ready now to hear from you. So I believe we should begin doing something for them. How you read?
Ashford.
Yeah, okay. You live on the radio. Let us do the
Whatever is happening, the network is
I
terrible.
understand that, but just so you know, you laugh on the radio. Let us do the WhatsApp like this. I think I would prefer this to avoid the interruption because we don't have a stability in terms of the internet. Okay, so again,
Yes,
welcome to
okay.
the show, ladies and gentlemen. We have with us tonight Mrs. Edith GONGLOE-WEH. She's our special guest, Mrs. Ware. Hello and welcome to Bridge Radio Africa.
How are you, Ashford? And thank you for having me on this platform. It's so embarrassing that we're having this technological issue, but thank you for finding a way out of it.
Okay, now who is Madam Edith GONGLOE-WEH? Tell us a little bit about your background, education, and experience. The whole world is watching and listening right now.
And so, Edith GONGLOE-WEH, as you rightly said, I am the fourth child of 10 children, born and raised in NIMBA County, Republic of Liberia. I am married to an amazing husband with four beautiful children, and I have a master's degree in clinical social work, earned my bachelor's degree in mass communication from the University of Liberia, and then I moved to the United States where I earned my master's in clinical social work at the Temple University in Pennsylvania. I worked in the child welfare industry in America, working with disadvantaged young people who were having challenges of all types in their homes, uh, family issues, peer pressure, and all of that. And then I worked at the community level as a community organizer. I also served as the first president of one of the first major Liberian women organizations that existed in Philadelphia. Bureau, worked as superintendent in Madam Ellen Johnson's Sirleaf government first term, and then a two-time senatorial candidate for NIMBA, the first woman who challenged our current senator, Senator Prince Johnson, in 2014 midterm election, and again an aspirant for this year midterm senatorial election as well for NIMBA County again. So there you have it. This is Edith GONGLOE-WEH.
Now, the name Edith GONGLOE-WEH. You mentioned mass communication at the University of. Have we met before, Mrs.
Oh.
Ware? Do I know you?
Okay, Ashford. Yes, I know you.
Are you the same Edith GONGLOE that worked at the Kiss FM? I mean, the
No,
station.
actually Star Radio.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I worked at Star Radio. I also did a little bit of work at the Liberia Broadcasting Station, ELBC.
I see.
But my journalism career was very short-lived
Okay.
because having gotten.
Okay. Now, Mrs. GONGLOE, how is life with you in and out of the Liberian political theater? There you go. My people, yeah, please bear with us. Don't blame Mrs. Gonglo. We're having some issues here with the the internet. There you go. Call just ended. And folks, I'm telling you, the situation in Liberia in terms of internet connectivity, we have to do something about this. We're going to try to reconnect with Mrs. Gunglo. Okay, I think we have just reconnected with uh, Mrs. Gunglo. Now, are you there, Mrs. Gunglo?
I'm here again.
Okay. Now, how is life with you in and out of the Liberian political theater?
Well, it's not the best. I wish and hope that it would be better than what it is now. But um, in a nutshell, I'm fine. I'm coping.
Now, we understand that you are a member of the Liberty Party, and the Liberty Party is a member of the collaborating political parties, the CPP for short, and the CPP has a consensus, a consensus candidate for senator in NIMBA County, and that candidate is not you. Can you tell the audience what is going on here?
What is going on here? Yes, indeed, I'm a member of the Liberty Party, and the Liberty Party is also a constituent member of the collaborating political parties, which constitute about four different political parties, four major opposition political parties. And so being a member of the Liberty Party automatically makes me uh, a member of the collaborating political parties. What is going on? The beginning of everything can be a little bit difficult, and therefore the CPP is no exception. We are hoping that at the end of the day, everything will be fine tuned, because the ideal behind the formation of the CPP is a great one. This country is at a crossroad.
Mm,
This country is struggling in this 21st century
mm,
with issues of governance. And so the citizens of this country are all nervous. They're yearning for good government, good governance, for lack of a better word. So the CPP coming together was as a result of that yearning of the population.
mm.
So the
Well,
population is looking to see
madam, I
something
don't know if she
different.
can hear me, but we'll have
Yeah.
to.
Are you hearing me?
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Ashford?
You were saying something. Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
So I was saying that the ideal behind the formation of the CPP itself is a great one. People are looking for new direction. They're looking for a renewal, a new birth of governance system in our country. So these political parties were forced, when I say forced, their constituent members of the various political parties demanded from their leaders to come together, to work together in a collaboration for a new direction that would provide the kind of a government system or the governance that the citizens are yearning for. And so the CPP has got no option but to work and live up to that principle that has brought them together, to answer the calls of their partisans. And so we believe that, as difficult as it may seem, because it's a beginning, a new beginning of something that has never been before. So people are nervous. Everyone is nervous, but it's a try and error. That's how I look at it. So every time they try something and they see that, okay, this one is not working, maybe let's try it this way. Now, as you may be aware, we are in the process of having primaries for counties where there are competing interests, where you have two, three uh, collaboration members wanting to field candidates. There is now a framework put in place or a system put in place, committees set up so that there will be primaries for the best and strongest candidate to be selected. One of such county is my own county, NIMBA, where there are two aspirants from two of the major constituent parties. All of the parties are major anyway, but from two of the constituent parties, my Liberty Party and the ANC. Both parties have got their members that are aspiring, and so there has to be a primary between the two of us, and of course, the strongest candidate who is a winnable candidate will be elected through the primary system to represent the CPP for the midterm election come December 8th, 2020.
Wow. I'm so impressed. I like to have conversation with smart people. You know, the last time when I spoke with Tar Woman was so eloquent, and this woman expressed how he wants to change Nima County in terms of his representation for Nima. And here we are tonight with Mrs. Edith GONGLOE-WEH, and she's eloquent as well. I love smart people, you know, and some people can say they can proud to say that they are Congo people, but me, I am proud to be a countryman. This is a country woman speaking, and a countryman spoke the last time on this same platform, you know, and I just want to encourage people, the country people, you continue to do what you do. You go to school and learn. And in the cases of Ta One Way, Edith GONGLOE-WEH, sound Congo, our country people, children, they're speaking tonight. Now, Mrs. Ware, a couple of days ago, Representative Yeke Koluba suspended his membership with the CPP on grounds that the CPP is clouded with jealousy, envy at the top. The CPP does not stand up for its members, and it has leadership crisis. How do you respond to this?
Well, you know, every man sees situations from different vantage points. And so that's Honorable Yeke Koluba's interpretation, that's his perception, that's his view, and he's entitled to that. I don't know what his experiences have been at the level of the CPP, especially with leadership. So I cannot judge him for what he said. I can only appreciate what he said from his level. Like I said, from the get-go, the beginning of everything can be difficult. Group formation, there will be a lot of competition for recognition and all of that. People will go through this. And self-definition, trying to find positions and all these kinds of things are very typical of group formation. I'm not surprised. But at the end of the day, people will then begin, when they reach that acceptance stage, they will then begin to come together. And that's when groups are strengthened. And so what I do know is that this is something new. You've never had a collaboration or cooperation among political actors in our country at this level. And so we expect that these things will happen. All I can say to my brother Yeke, I mean, a man that I have a lot of respect for his bravery, his boldness, his audacity, and all that, to challenge the system that he is a part of. I have a lot of respect for the brother. Again, I also respect his view, to express his disenchantment the way he does. Is it right? It's not my place to judge. Is he wrong? Again, that's not my place to judge. What I can say is, I think and I believe, not just that I think, but I believe that the concept or the principle that brought these different political actors together to collaborate so as to save this nation, I believe in that principle. And I think it is incumbent upon each and every constituent political party member that is participating in that collaboration to do everything within their power and ensure that this collaboration works. Because if it does not, you will be dropping the final hope of the Liberian population. And I think it's going to be devastating. I cannot imagine the impact of that on the ordinary lives of our citizens. And so I'm praying for the best for the collaboration. And for me, 2020 is a litmus test for the collaboration. 2020 is the building block, is the foundation that this CPP must stand on if and only if they are determined to see change and to take a new direction with this country, and if and only if they are determined to be a government in waiting that provides hope for the Liberian people, then this 2020 should not be played with. The collaboration must ensure and work hard to bury the hatchets, bury personal feelings and personal interest for the greater good of the Liberian people in 2020. If we miss this mark as a team, as a collaboration, they may as well pack their bags and forget about 2023.
Now, Honorable Koluba was very specific. And some of the phrases that we heard from him were jealousy and envy at the top. The CPP does not stand up for its own members. How do you respond, Mrs. Ware?
Well, again, like I said, it is Honorable Koluba, Yeke Koluba's experience or experiences will be different from mine. Reason being that he's already in government, he's mainstream. He is a sitting representative who is a member of the collaboration. What is his experience that has brought him to this final conclusion that the CPP does not stand up for its own? What is his experience that has brought him to this conclusion that the CPP, the leadership, there's envy? I'm not at that level. I'm not in the leadership at the top tier, like political leaders and all of that. I'm not in tune with day-to-day experiences of leaders at the top. First of all, Ashford, let's establish the fact that I'm in NIMBA and I'm having community engagements with my people. I'm not following what's happening on a daily basis with leadership in the CPP. NIMBA is vast. It's the largest county by far in this country. There is absolutely no county that is compared to NIMBA in terms of its land size. There is no county, in my estimation, that compares with NIMBA in terms of its population. Even though statistics says that Montserrado is the largest in terms of population, but look at the percentage of NIMBA citizens that form part of that Montserrado population. So I'm dealing with this very vast county with limited resources, have to compete as a woman among the men. And so I got too many things at stake in NIMBA that I must focus on. There are too many calls from my people. Everyone wants me to visit their town and their village. Everyone wants me to attend their program. Young girls are after me for tutoring, for mentoring. Young men action. So I cannot on my shoulders and what is happening among leaders. So I'm not aware if there's jealousy, if there's envy. That's not my experience. I'm in Monrovia sometimes 1-2 days. I speak to leaders that are available for phone conversation or even in-person contact, and then the next minute I'm out. So, but yet, Honorable Koluba's experience, like I said, would be totally different from mine because he lives and works here in Monrovia, the seat of all the constituent parties, political leaders. So I cannot justify or unjustify what his statements, mean, because that's not my experience. Again, it doesn't mean that what he's saying is not true, but that's not my experience, you know.
Hmm. Folks, if you just joining us, this is Ashford Garley Live. We're coming to you from Detroit via Brace Radio Africa. And tonight we have NIMBA County, our senatorial aspirant, Mrs. EDITH GONGLOE-WEH. That's our special guest. She wants to be the next senator of NIMBA County come December 8th, 2020. You know, when you know book, when you went to good school, especially as a female, and when you talk, and it just made other people feel fine. And folks, with that said, Madam GONGLOE-WEH, you were very active in the early days of the Unity Party government of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. But you exited the UP government way too soon. What was the problem?
Ashford, there's this saying in this country that if the system does not buy you, it buries. All I can say is that the job that I did in Madam Shelley's first term was an appointed position. And when you serve an appointed position, you work at the will and pleasure of the president who appoints you. And anything can constitute that will and pleasure. Perhaps I didn't meet the standard, perhaps, of service. I can speak to that. But what I do know that I like to focus on is that I build relationships with the people of NIMBA at the grassroots level, at the middle level, and at the upper level. We have a strong relationship. We were a leader that built consensus with the people. And I can tell you one thing, the people of NIMBA today are nostalgic about that relationship. They want to see that leadership again. This is why for the past 9 years, remember, I left government since 2011. Until today, my name is still a major player in the NIMBA politics because the people saw what I did firsthand. They saw that I served with my heart and I served with my whole self. I was and I am a nationalist. I think first about this country, and everything I did in NIMBA was how to help NIMBA project itself at the national level as one of the players that means well for this country. And so whether I last for short term in government or not, what remains a reality and for me, a point of joy is that the work that we did with our people was acknowledged. The work we did with our people remains admired to this day. And this is why every year or every election year, when my people call on me to contest, I don't resist because I see that we had a very good working relationship. And I know the people of NIMBA also want to see something else that is very unique. Our county has 50% females in their total population. The 2008 population or census put the population of NIMBA at 1.2 million, if I'm not mistaken. You know, the total population from all over the country, because NIMBA people are like the Chinese people, they are spread everywhere in every county. So with that kind of huge population, there is no woman in any of its leadership position. We have 11 lawmakers and they're all 11 men. We have the county structure from the superintendent, the development superintendent, to the county inspector, the PMC chair, treasurer, controller, everyone. Even treasurer, that culturally we say here that women can keep stuff, women can keep things, women are good accountants, they know how to account for funds that are in, you know, their possession or the steward. Even treasurer position is given to men in NIMBA. So this is another troubling dynamic that has caused the people of NIMBA to consistently say, look, we need a voice of the women in the legislature or in the county in leadership position. This is something that cuts across the population. Men are saying it, women are saying it, the young children are saying it. I can tell you, as far as I make my trail around the county, I've listened to young boys, young men who are graduates of high schools around the county, but lack the opportunity to go any further. Today, some of them have resorted to riding bikes. They've become motorcyclists, not by choice, but because the system has closed the doors on them. These young men are telling me, Mama, we want a mother in the legislature that will advocate for us. And I tell you, advocacy is not something that happens overnight. You have to have a social justice advocacy credential. It's something that over time becomes second nature. You don't just jump out today and say, I'm an advocate, I'll go into the house to fight for you, when you've never fought in real terms, when you've never advocated, when you've never stood up for your people. It doesn't happen that way. So the people of NIMBA, the children of NIMBA, the women of NIMBA have seen that. They've seen in me the spirit that makes them want to say, look, we can partner with you because we think that you are like us. We are in the same boat and you're able to plead our cause even better.
Folks, if you just joined us, we have with us tonight Mrs. EDITH GONGLOE-WEH, and she wants to be the next senator of NIMBA County, and she's live with us from Monrovia, Liberia, via British Radio Africa. Madam Weh, Senator Prince Wild Johnson now decides which presidential candidates and senatorial candidates Nimbayans vote for, and they usually comply. Is he, Prince Johnson, the political godfather of NIMBA County? What is your view?
You know, when titles, when titles are ascribed to people, or when people give themselves titles, you must live by the titles that you assume. And so the senator who is my big brother, who is a fatherly figure by all, you know, by most accounts, the fact that he's at that age and he holds that position, when he refers to himself as the godfather of NIMBA, I think there's so many things that ring in the minds of people. Number one, when you're father, let alone godfather, but when you're father, it means that you have children that you must provide care for. You know, when you're father, the welfare of your children should be your concern. So once our senator considers himself a godfather of NIMBA, a father of NIMBA, we believe that He should rise above some of the frivolous politics and seek the interests of NIMBA in totality. Unfortunately, this is not what we've seen most of the time. Our senators sometimes, you know, will make some pronouncements that leave the citizens scratching their heads. I don't question the fact that he's our senator. He's our senator. He was elected, and yes, everyone has people who love them for various reasons. Is Senator Johnson loved? Yes, he is. He is loved by, a good number of the citizens, a majority of our citizens, for various reasons. Some people love the senator because, I like the way he speaks. Some people will say, well, I like the way the senator speaks. He's bold, he's fearless. And not just the senator, everyone else. That's how it is. People love people for different reasons. So is he loved? Yes, he is by a good number of citizens of NIMBA. And like I said, he considers himself the godfather. And truth being told, many times our citizens, I would say we, because when the majority take action, there is all of you. So a lot of times our senator says something and everyone else follows. But should that always be the case? I don't think that's the way our county should go. And any county for that matter, not just NIMBA. I think people should have the leverage to make independent decision. And if our senator takes decision that we can be proud of, decision that puts NIMBA on top, decision that makes every NIMBA person beat their chest and say, yes, I'm proud today to come from NIMBA. That's something that we all should applaud. Now, at the same time, if the senator makes decision that makes others to look at us like, what is wrong with you? Then I think we should have the boldness and the bravery to say, Senator, this other thing you've done is not right. You're the godfather, but this is not the right way to proceed. Now,
Mrs. Wade, a motivational speaker once said, and quote, life change does not begin with motivation. Life change does not begin with inspiration. Life change begins with education. Senator Prince Johnson always brags that he's the only official or senator in the country to build a university. And when you hear university, you are hearing education. You want to educate your people. So when you say, yes, others have said he's the godfather, but this man wants to make sure that the people of NIMBA, your daughters, your will-be granddaughters or grandsons, he wants them to get great education.
ASHFORD, sorry to break in. I don't want this interview to be about Senator Johnson. I mean, in all fairness,
it is not about Senator Johnson. Listen, it is not about Senator Johnson. But I'm just buttressing on what you just said. You the journalist. I'm just following up and just a follow question at that. So it's not about Senator Johnson, Madam Ware. Please,
okay, this is what I like to say.
Okay.
The reality of the case is that we are at a point in our country where we have an election coming up. And we believe that this election is crucial to Liberia, this midterm senatorial election, especially when we have 4 major political parties for the first time in the history of Liberia. I mean, first time because it has happened before and it broke apart. But this is the first time that there seems to be signals that the collaboration is going to stick. We have this major election. I think what I'm concerned about is how do we make it work and how do we succeed in this election so that we can put our country on the right track, county by county. We need to work to make sure NIMBA County has the voice and voices of our women in the Senate. That's what I'm working on. That's what I'm concerned about. We want to make sure that education, just like you mentioned, not just education, but quality education, affordable education is given to the population of NIMBA and the population of Liberia. Because look, no country survives in this 21st century in the absence of quality education. In a century where we have STEM education, and you know what STEM education is. In a century that we have STEM education, yet we have our children graduating high school and colleges without even knowing how to push the button on a computer or laptop. These are, for me, these are the critical issues that
Madam Weh,
how do we leave this stage?
Madam Weh,
much preferable stage.
Madam Weh,
and we think that we can set that pace in the Senate.
Madam Weh, you want to be Senator of NIMBA County. So I believe anything that has to do with NIMBA, should it be off limit? You know, and so far you've done such an awesome job. We're having a conversation here. So, I mean, if something comes to mind that benefits NIMBA County, I think we ought to talk about this. Okay?
Yeah, so you want to talk about
okay, let's move on.
So,
let's move on, Madam Weh.
You want to talk about
Madam Weh, let's move on. Now, you want...
No, I was going to make a statement.
Okay, go ahead, make your statement. Go ahead, make your statement.
I want to talk about the university. I applaud the senator and all the different lawmakers. It's not just the senator. Good, he's done that in NIMBA. The senator has also built high schools and, you know, primary schools here in Maserado. I think he has like 2 different school campuses. And so the university is in NIMBA. You also have Thomas Fowler, I'm told, who also has a big university somewhere. And there are several lawmakers who are building schools and clinics and hospitals. But here's the question. In my mind, this is a huge conflict of interest. Look, you were elected to ensure that there will be public institutions that are viable for the citizens to access. The citizens must have access to public universities, public community colleges, like we have the community college, the NIMBA County Community College. There has been this fight for it to be lifted to a university status, and I believe it has. But if you have a private university that is owned by a senator, it undercuts any government funding that should come to that community college, because the senator will not be speaking for the community college. Instead, he will be speaking for his university. We have the same thing today. Canton Methodist Hospital used to receive about $300,000 in subsidies, sometimes 150, 175, 200,000. It fluctuated depending on that budget year, what was in it, you know, to be shared for institutions receiving subsidies. That budget has almost literally been erased from the Canton Methodist yearly subsidy from the government. Why? Because we have a certain lawmaker in the district where the United Methodist Hospital is that has built his private hospital. So guess what happens? Budget year, and he sits on the budget committee. So when it's budget time, instead of advocating for the medical institutions, both the public ones owned by government and the faith-based ones that are subsidized by government, the money now is being funneled elsewhere. This is a huge conflict of interest, and I think the lawmakers of our country need to stop this. Okay. If you want to be a business person, be a business person. Stay out of the public space and do business.
Thank you.
You cannot use the public space and do your own business when the people will not go to your hospital free. They will not go to your university free. They will not pay little fees. They will pay high fees because they're private institutions, in my mind, built with public funds. It's unfair to the people of this country in every country, not just in NIMBA, because it's not just the senator that has done this. Almost every lawmaker, majority of the lawmakers, not every, but majority of them, or good number of them, I should
And
say,
and
today,
and and, and that, it has a
a
very
good number of them
and
are
that's a very
building
salient
primary
a salient
schools,
point.
they're building clinics.
I'm unaware.
It,
Sometimes
it undercuts our public institutions. Today, there's not one tablet in any public health center. You go there, they write you prescription. Go buy gloves, go in town, and if you have to take a drip, if they have to give you drip for any
and Mrs.
reason,
Ware,
you have to go to drugstore to buy. It's risky.
that was a very
So I
important.
didn't want to go this route, but I just wanted to give you my stance on this, on people using the public spaces to do private business. I don't think it's fair. It's conflict of interest, and we have to kick against it.
You know, and it is good that you said that, because I spoke to a representative some time ago, and he said he's doing something similar, but he's not going to put the institutions or the educational institution in his name, because he believes that when he leaves, it should be for the county and not in his name. And so what you just said kind of makes sense. Now, folks, if you just joining us, you're listening to ASHFORD GARLEY Live on British Radio Africa. And tonight we have with us uh, Mrs. EDITH GONGLOE-WEH. She wants to be senator, or the next senator of NIMBA County, and she's our special guest tonight. Tomorrow we're going to have Mr. Samuel P. Jackson as our guest. On Wednesday, we're going to play host to Ms. Grace Carrington Goa and Ms. Margaret Johnson as our special guests. Well, Madam Ware, you served as superintendent of NIMBA County. There was an issue with a toilet project and some funding issues in which you were accused.
Mm-hmm.
You care to tell us how the issue was resolved?
Toilet project. Oh my God. You know, we did so many good things in this county. We undertook so many development projects. And today we are on record as the superintendent who did the most within the shortest period of time. But what I like to say to that toilet project, and mind you, that toilet is being used today. But in the county, you have two tiers of leaders. You have the administrative arm of the county that is headed by the superintendent. And then you have the technical arm of the county that is headed by the development superintendent. The development superintendent has a team of workers or team of officers in that development office. You have development engineers, you have development planners, and then the development superintendent is the head, is the lead of that team. So when the superintendent projects or proposes, or the citizens propose a project through the county sitting or any type of meeting, that project is then turned over by the authority of the superintendent, in this case, me, to the development superintendent office for the technical workings of that project, how much it will cost, what the materials needed. They will do all of that, the BOQ, the bill of quantity. They do all those technical stuff, they put it together. ASHFORD, I did mass communication for undergrad, and I did social work, clinical social work, dealing with human beings for my graduate program. I'm not a engineer, I'm not a technical person, so to speak, like a builder or whatever. I can never tell how many bricks my room will take. So that's why the administrative arm of the county relies on the technical know-how of the development office. So yes, toilets were built. Yes, the development office advised that this was how much it would cost. Some 13,000, some 11,000, some 14,000. They vary. We questioned that. Did we not question it? Because in my own technical mind, I thought that the money was too much. So we questioned that. But the technical people justify why the money was okay for the toilet. And so the toilets were built. Even the awarding of the contracts were done by the development office in collaboration with a vetting committee that did the vetting of companies that wanted to undertake the project. Let me tell you this, and I know this is public information. My development superintendent at the time was a very fine gentleman, very highly educated, sophisticated Nimbayan, Cooper Midas. Because I, in my layman view, thought that 12,000 or 14,000 or 13,000 was too much for toilet. And I said, Cooper, this will be too much. But then when he brought all his stuff and justified, I had no other objection. And so those who are speaking today, we use our time as leader in that county to procure 22 road building equipment. Nobody would talk about it, because when you talk about it, you've made Edith GONGLOE-WEH to look a very good leader who worked with her people to ensure that their needs and their interests were paramount. We built clinics and primary schools all over the place. Nobody would talk about it. Within less than 10 months, we have completed over 15, 16 projects. Nobody talks about it. I went to Senatorial when Senatorial was predominantly a one-way street. You could never go left or right because all the bridges had collapsed during the years of the war, and there were no road construction. We negotiated with ArcelorMittal to open all the streets in Senegal, and we opened over 32 streets and constructed over 11 concrete bridges in Senegal. Today, Senegal is opened and is very accessible for anyone. Nobody talks about that. We were able to negotiate with ArcelorMittal to ensure vacation job, because that's what we knew growing up. We knew growing up that students during vacation time will do vacation job. Companies will give them jobs so that they will do something constructive with their less educational time. So we negotiated with ArcelorMittal, BHP, Billiton, Cocopa, and all of that. And for 3 semesters, NIMBA students, university, high school, they were getting vacation job for ArcelorMittal. When ArcelorMittal was approached, they said they didn't have job for students. I said, you know what? This is something that we did that a lot of people found very interesting. I said, we will provide the job and you pay our students. So what I did was to assign these students in the various city offices as city cleaners and all that. And they were paid $150 within 1.5 months of their vacation time. Nobody talks about that.
No.
We were able to give a financial aid for 3 consecutive semesters to over 2,000 NIMBA students with the Social Development Fund. Students from all universities, every tertiary institution in Liberia that have students from NIMBA attending, their tuition was paid through financial aid. Nobody talks about that.
Now,
They only talk about toilet. So I think it's this service is hypocrisy at the highest level, and it's politics, it's propaganda, and I'm not going to buy into that.
And
What I do know that politics is low, but the people of NIMBA know what we've done.
And Mrs. Ware, in all fairness, Mrs. Ware, great accomplishments. You know, I didn't know all of this, you know, but our responsibility, our duty is to ask questions. Now, despite all that you've done, people expect you to stay long as superintendent of NIMBA County. Now, with all that you do for the people of NIMBA as a senator, okay, what would you do now as a senator that you couldn't do as superintendent in NIMBA County when given the opportunity to serve?
Things that I can do as senator that I would dare not do as superintendent.
Okay.
As superintendent, I told you, as a superintendent, you work at the will and pleasure of the president and the government. You have to, you serve as the eye and ear and everything of the president and the government.
And even at that, so even at that, you did a lot, you know, as to what you just explained. Yeah, of course.
And sometimes, you know, you will wonder why I didn't last. That's one of the reasons, because you have most of the lawmakers against me and carrying propaganda to the president, oh, this woman not working with us, because when they wanted, at some point, when some individuals, not all of them, but when some individuals within our legislature wanted to share the social development fund, the development money, they wanted to divide it. And I was saying, hell no, not on my watch. Of course, nobody would like you for that. So they will carry any number of reasons to the president why I should be dismissed. And so, of course, the president, who working with the legislature, will want to have a relationship strengthened at that level. I'm not here to speak to that. What I can tell you is that what I didn't do as superintendent, my hands were tied. As senator, I am going to be the employee, and my employers will be or are the citizens. So I can only work to please my employers. I will be their strongest advocate to ensure that education, quality education, for instance, is first and foremost, that we can introduce STEM education in our educational system in NIMBA. STEM education stands for science, technology, engineering, and maths, where kids are building robots from small. We don't have that in most of the educational system around the world. This legislation are carried on. One of such is making salaries to be commensurate with our today economic realities. And I gave huge applause to Senator Dillon. He started a very great work along with other senators who have been working along with him. My own senator, my political leader, Yombi Kanga Lawrence, my chairman, and other well-meaning senators like Senator Reset. These people, but the ball was started by Senator Dillon. And I'm glad that he started something that is becoming a bushfire. You have to advocate for your people. And one of the things that I want to do, along with making sure that salary cuts or salaries of lawmakers and salaries of everybody, not just lawmakers, even within the executive, we can legislate that through the budget and work with the executive. That's why our system of government needs coordination. The state three equal branches of government for coordination. So that coordination portion is almost there. We need to resurrect that for the sake of Liberia. We need to work together for Liberia. Liberia should be bigger than all of us individual or a branch of government interest. The other thing that I think we can do as senator that we couldn't do um, as 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 superintendent is to make sure that agriculture is subsidized. As for if you cannot feed yourself, for me, this is a national security problem. If somebody else sitting somewhere millions of miles away has to determine what you eat on a daily basis, your life is in danger, your security as a nation is at risk. But we can minimize that risk when we begin to increase our agricultural productivity with real subsidies coming from government. Those are things that I couldn't do as superintendent, that I can legislate as a senator to ensure that it happens. And we can work with the executive by providing that oversight and that coordination to ensure that it happens for the viability of our country. There's such things that we can do. We can lift the issue of women to the national discussion table. It makes no sense that women are dying while giving life. Why lose life giving life? It makes no sense. Today, Liberia is one of the country with the highest rate of maternal mortality in the 21st century. Women are dying on motorbikes on their way to maternal health centers. It shouldn't happen that way. We can minimize that because only a woman knows the issue of women. No man has been pregnant before, so they don't know what labor feels like. That's why we need to increase more women in the Senate and in the entire legislature so that those gender specific issues that are specific to women, only women can tap the force and do them. We need, those are things that I cannot do as superintendent, but I can do it as senator because I will now have the voice, I will have the pulpit, I will have the power to do it, to work along with others, to build consensus with other lawmakers and advocate for that.
Well, folks, if you're just joining us, the time is a little after 5 minutes after 9 p.m. And we want to say a big thank you to Mrs. Ware for staying up this late just to form part of this conversation. Now we want to take our plate. So you, the people out there, the telephone number to call is 248-979-1718. If you are a citizen out there from Liberia or NIMBA County, the telephone line is now open. You can begin calling. Once again, the number is 248-979-1718. And that's the telephone number to call. We're waiting for your calls. And
as for nobody from like your report, it's one of our
no, what I'm saying, I say citizens who no, what I'm saying, citizens who from Liberia based here in the diaspora. You know, that's what I'm saying. This is where they can now begin calling, and the phone will soon start to ring. Trust me. Now, Madam Ware, as we wait for callers, I understand that. I just told you. We have a 713 number. Please tell us your name, the last 4 digits of your number, 3582. Tell us your name, please.
This is Ali. How you doing, Ashford?
Hey, Ali, my man. Welcome to the show, bro.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me say thank you to our mother over there. Welcome to the Bridge family. The tough question. But before I do, let me just say I'm disappointed with your response regarding Mr. Representative Yeke Koruba. Your response were not definite, and I know you don't want to see no certain lawmaker putting on the top of a vehicle because of mom costs with the video being recycled around the world. But I have these few questions. Before I do, I have to be careful because you have one of your kinsmen from NIMBA, Circle Kenny. He has the platform on social media. He has warned me before, and whenever I'm dealing with him, I should be careful and see where doctors. So I got to be careful. You know. But the question I wanted to ask is, since after Civil War, there have been issues when it comes to land business in NIMBA County. NIMBA County has about 4 tribes, I think Crown, Madingo, View, and Mana. But
no, this it has more than that.
Okay. Thank you for the correction, Omar. Okay, but for some reason, the View and the Mana believe, or they have shown that they own NIMBA County over all the rest of the other tribes. As we speak, there are still land issues lingering that were taken from the Madingo people, but mostly Mana people. And up to now, Senator Prince Johnson, for travel reasons, as a senator of NIMBA County, APP, which I very much hope that you become the senator of NIMBA County, what will you do to bridge this kind of injustice in NIMBA County? I also want to ask you about the Work and Economic Crime School. Will you join us in the vanguard to push this war and economic crime situation in the country? Thank you so much. Let me not hold your time. I know there are some people. Thank you for having me as well.
Thank you. And Mrs. Ware, I will take 2 more callers, then we'll go back to you. The next caller is, the area code is 717-2974. Please tell us your name.
Yeah, my name is Paul. I don't have any question. I just want to commend Mrs. Ware for her position, and I think she can become a better person, and I think she's changed for Liberia our lives, not just NIMBA County. And these senators who build clinics and hospitals, they should be condemned. Those are criminals and gangsters. They should be able to make policy. It's not your responsibility to build schools or clinics. Create the policy. Make the policy that will work in the interest of the people. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We have the Honorable Press Secretary Emeritus, Honorable Pierre. Hello, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you, ASHFORD. How are you this evening?
I'm too blessed to be stressed, my man. God is good.
Madam Former Superintendent, how are you? Good evening. Okay, ASHFORD, I remember when EDITH GONGLOE-WEH was superintendent of NIMBA. I'm a teacher at the Ministry of Information. NIMBA was the president. And left with my judgment, I think she was amongst the rest of superintendents. But like she said, and which I experienced myself as someone who worked at the presidency, most of these superintendents were always in the web. I come from Grand Bassa, and I know almost all of the superintendents we had in Grand Bassa were in a fight with members of the legislature were in Grand Bassa. So one can understand that because Madam Selig wanted to always have a good working relationship with these lawmakers, once they start to push any of her appointees, they will always have the upper hand. So I can vouch that Madam GONGLOE-WEH, in my opinion, was a good superintendent. And I think she can also make a very good senator from NIMBA County. But here is my fear and here is my concern. I really, really hope that she could be the one to be the senator for NIMBA County on the CPP arrangement. I wish our situation was the one we had in Grand Bassa, in Monserrato, in Bombay, and other places where the slot was given to counties and they got into parties that they chose who they wanted to be their candidate. In her case, there is this contention with Woman. I am concerned. What if they move into that process, whether it's son John primary or whatever, and this brilliant daughter of NIMBA County does not emerge from that primary? Would that mark the end of a dream and aspiration from NIMBA County with regards to wanting to be a senator? I mean, I'm saying there will be greater deal of passion and emotion because I believe that EDITH can be a very good senator from NIMBA County.
Thank you.
But like I said, there is an enrichment, and there is this young primary or whatever you call it, and she does now win such a primary. Does it end a senatorial bid with the hope and view of wanting to uphold the CPP, which she has indicated is a very strong arrangement that should be strongly supported? I have to worry about that because in anything that is democratic and calls for election, anything can happen. So I'm concerned.
Thank you, Pierre.
If she does not survive any such primary, is that the end of the desire to be senator?
Thank you. And in addition to what he just said about Madam GONGLOE-WEH, there was this MOU that was signed that you and Honorable Ty Woman. You care to begin your answer with that, then you can answer the rest of the questions?
Yes, so I will start with that last question.
Okay.
First, let me thank my brother all of the other callers for their kind comments. On the issue of the memorandum of understanding, yes, I signed it. And the process is the process. I've just said that the CPP is a new phenomenon in Liberia. It's a new political phenomenon in Liberia. It's still trying to find its space and find, the process. So we are hoping that the best will be done. But what is important in ASHFORD? The CPP, as I stated from the beginning, the principle that brought the CPP together is to ensure that we can have alternative that is good, that can fight for the people of Liberia, and that can ensure that Liberia will survive in the end in its governance system. Therefore, they want candidates that have the credentials, that have the records, that can make election in their place, that have the ear, eyes, and voices of their people, that their people trust. Having said that, we've signed a memorandum of understanding that commits us to respect the process and whatever comes out of that process. And so we stand by that which we have signed. The other question was, I think, uh, the second portion of that question was whether, what do I think about the process? We cannot say anything until we see something wrong. So I will leave it at that. But what I know is that we have signed the memorandum of understanding and we stand by our signature. On the question of the land crisis or the land dispute that has existed for so long, they predated my being superintendent. The land crisis was there before I became superintendent, and it was there after I left. I know from my own experience and my own education that conflicts erupt as a result of competition for scarce resources at times. In this case, we have the land situation. Kanta is an emerging metropolitan city in Liberia. It's almost like second to Monrovia in terms of its viability and everything. So everybody is crumbling for land. So you can understand why now you're having this crisis among people who have coexisted for years, again for decades without problem. However, while our superintendent, the land resolution or a dispute resolution committee was set up, and my own brother from NIMBA was heading that committee. I think they did a good job. In this country, sometimes people don't need to enforce the law. If we agree to something and then it didn't happen, you need to go back and check what's wrong and ensure that what is wrong is fixed and those laws are enforced. What am I going to do as senator? I have said over and over that there needs to be a real honest conversation in NIMBA. Conversation not just about land, but land is the first. Because the land dispute, mind you, my brother who asked this question, is not just stopping in downtown. It's not just among Mano and Mandibo people or the other tribes. Because what I disagree with in your characterization is that Mano people, you know, uh, want to say that, you know, they're better than the other tribes or whatever for lack of better. I don't know if that is the case. What I think is the case there is people not being honest with the statements they make, leaders not being honest. I think we need to have honest leadership discussions on these issues. I've said it over and over and over and again. When there's conflict, all of the parties need to come together, sit around the table, and first lead a straight. Put all your cards on the table. Let the leaders, let the elders be brave to tell if it's John Brown who is wrong, say John Brown is back. We got to change this. And this is the decision we're going to take. But when everything is politicized, everyone has become a political being, especially in Liberia, and everything we say on a daily basis has a political undertone. When that happens, conflicts will only increase. So instead of holding one clan and saying I didn't try with one, so I think that's the wrong way to approach it. It's the wrong way because you render judgment. It's not good the way to negotiation or conflict resolution with a set mind. You have to go there with open mind, and then you have to have leaders who have the guts and the spine to call spade a spade and put the right to where it belongs. I think this is where we need to start. So there needs to be an honest conversation about land prices throughout the length and breadth of the land. I can tell you, when I was superintendent, that was one of the things that I spent most of my time settling disputes, even in our own Zwaple, between the people of Zwaple and Bronxtown. Even in Mano era, there was conflict between Mano families and others, or 2 or 3 Mano towns, or in Blue areas between Blue towns, or between so it's an ongoing thing. This conflict every day is increasing to the point where people have fought and throw guns for each other. So it's not just in Delta. So I don't want to hold the tribe responsible. We need to find a solution to that that begins with honesty. Everybody, somebody is not just one person, everybody has their part to play in this crisis. And until we can own up to it and be honest from our guts with it, we'll continue to beat around the bush and then blame each other. Shifting blame does not in anywhere in the world. When you start to shift blame, it doesn't solve crisis. And I think that would be my answer for that. We need to have honest leadership discussions about this with the people involved, with all the stakeholders coming together and calling spade a spade. Because look, we have to live together. We have to coexist. There is no mistake that go through Mano, Gio, Madinko, Crown, Basso, and Kenya people. We not actually have 6 tribes. It's no mistake that we are those diverse, say as a strength, and not as weakness to fight each other. That would be my answer to your question. And then you also mentioned that with Yeke Koluba, with Koluba, I didn't answer the question correctly. Again, you are entitled to review. It's one thing to say something, and you have absolute control over how you understand what I say. I don't control your interpretation and your perception of my statement. So again, I respect that, and I respect that. Uh, uh, Difference with my answer to Yeka Bomba. I cannot answer for things that I have not experienced. I cannot say, well, on the call of Bomba is right. There's deceit, there's envy, there's leadership fight. I can't say because I'm not at that level, that's not my experience. So I'm sorry to disappoint you that way, but I like to stick to what I know.
Okay, again, folks, we're going to take 3 calls at a time, and she has answered the 3 calls. Yeah, go ahead, Mrs. Ware.
Yeah, it's almost.
I know. I know you want to go to sleep. We'll take a few calls and ask 1 or 2 questions. You can go to bed, okay? These people, these 2 callers are already in queue, so I think it'll be fair to them. Okay, we have Thomas on the line from Delaware. Hello, Thomas. Welcome to the show.
I have a question for Mrs. EDITH GONGLOE-WEH. Mr. Dongo, I have 2 questions here for you. There have been a lot of allegations that you are the brain behind the division of NIMBA, like Morris Wave and others. I mean, how true is that? And secondly, this is well, as a superintendent of Lima College, there was no limitation or limitation of your function, which, which you have the opportunity to do a lot of stuff as compared to representatives who are restricted to certain districts. And but what difference would it make with you being a senator, which appears to be the same function you have as the superintendent of Lima County? You have no limitation, and there was no restriction to, do any part of NIMBA County.
And you think there will be restriction as
It's almost the same day as the 24th. So, I mean, what difference
Thank you.
does that make?
Okay.
Thank you. And Mrs. Ware, Mrs. Ware. Okay, let's take the last caller. Then you can come in. It's a 207 number. The last four digits of the number, the 4999. Tell us your name.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Good.
Yeah, I got 2 questions.
Can you please make it one question, please? She has to go to bed.
All right, okay, interview 1 into 2.
Okay.
All right. I'm so happy that she on the line and thankful to God that she worked hard in NIMBA. And the question I have is that what difference is she going to do when she becomes senator, or when our people elect her as senator? What difference is she going to do concerning the role from counter to capital or grand dealers? Because right now some trucks attack on the road. What is different is she going to do? And then my second question would be like, from counter to go to capital, between you get secretary, you get great time, and there's no police depot or police station and all that. And our people's security is one of the most important things. So what difference you going to do, Senator? Thank you.
Thank you. And again, as Mrs. Ware concludes tonight, we're going to have post-interview analysis with the Colonel Remy Gray, Emmanuel Yato, and Mr. Alice Jones. They are going to join the platform after Mrs. Ware leaves tonight. So stay tuned. Don't go away. You might also have the opportunity to ask a few questions as well. Okay, Mrs. Ware.
Okay, so I will start with the last caller in this question. What difference will I make in terms of intervention in the rule situation between Banta, Tapata, and Grand Chile? Here's what we're going to do. Every year, there's a reason why the legislature does budget appropriation after the budget is submitted by the executive, because you are given the opportunity to be able to put in there what your people needs are. That's why every year, every senator must have meetings with their constituents. That's why they take agricultural break, and that agricultural break must be used to hold town hall meetings. Reconstruction or rehabilitation and construction, a major part of the budget. That means that public works budget for NIMBA, because you put in for specific locations in the budget, there's specificities in every budget. You have specifics after you give the broad stuff. I'm not a financial expert, but at least you come down with the details as to how that budget or that money should be applied. So knowing that road is a major problem, we're going to make sure that portion of that budget, portion of the public works budget every year for NIMBA is allocated towards the rehabilitation, number one, in addition to the social development fund of our 22 road building equipment that we bought, the reconditioning and maintenance. And we're going to make sure that public works also perform a statutory duty to construct roads and infrastructure for the country. But they got to do it when the money is given, and then when there's oversight to ensure that money appropriated in the budget is used according to, or is used in accordance with why it was provided. So that's intervention that we're going to do as senator. The other thing is, the brother asked, the question of security is a huge concern, and I cannot agree with you more. You are 100% correct. Again, it boils down to budget, to budgetary appropriation, allocation, and all of that. How much are we giving to security in this country for training, for manpower enhancement and increment? We need to not just recruit, we need to recruit and train. We need to recruit more police, even in the army, because Liberia is not a war with any country. But we need to have more police. To do that, the security budget must be augmented. And then the legislature, the Senate must do oversight to hold them accountable and ensure that our people have police. They have police in all of the districts, the towns, especially these mega towns in NIMBA. You cannot leave them vulnerable. I can tell you, even my own district suffers from that. There's no police in the entire district. When something happens, you have to call to Saclay, and then pay the police way. You got to transport the police from Saclay to Yahoo that will take you maybe about 2, 3 hours. If serious crime is being carried out, by the time the police gets there, it's probably too little too late. And so I agree with you on that, but the way to solve that problem is to provide the appropriate budget for the security and then provide oversight to ensure that it is used for recruitment, training, and operation. To make sure you don't just recruit and train, you got to make sure there's operational funds that these police people can do their work. The last question, which has to do with, sorry, I don't have any of my pen just gave up, so I didn't write the questions that I was doing from the beginning. The first person question, can you remind me about that? Ask for if you wrote it down anyway.
Mrs. Where I doing 4 people job, yo, are the producer, are the cameraman, are the everything.
Sorry, my ink just went out.
Well, if you can't remember, Mrs. Ware, you did extremely well. If you can't remember, and in the absence of the answer to that question, I just want to squeeze in one more caller from overseas. So, but go ahead and answer that question. Then somebody else is calling from overseas. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You mentioned the issue of the division of NIMBA, that I was accused of, being one of those who want NIMBA divided. First of all, first disclaimer, it is false and misleading. I am not, I've never been, and will not be one of the proponents for division of NIMBA. Having said that, let me say this way. Sometimes it bothers me and hurts me that people who are, learned and informed will allow people to manipulate them and get away. No one individual can divide an entire country, especially a country like Cuba. No one individual can do it. This is how it works. It takes 500 citizens of NIMBA to petition their lawmaker by signing their name and say, we petition our lawmaker, we want our country split. And even when the 500 people petition, that lawmaker has to take that petition to plenary, it has to be discussed. At least 2/3 majority of the representatives must agree to that petition. That yes, we agree with the citizens who want their country divided or split apart or whatever the term it. Even when the lower house agrees that the third majority, it still cannot happen until the Senate concords by again another 2/3 majority. Even when that happens, the country cannot be divided unless the president approves. So I'm saying that this is a 4-step process. Why would people think that one individual can sit in the comfort of their room somewhere and say, well, I'm going to divide NIMBA and have it, without the agreement or the participation of the citizens of the county by petitioning their lawmakers? Why? So this is unthinkable. I remember 2018, I was saying this. I heard something like that in the fall on the internet. We had even some key stakeholders were pushing the idea we need to divide NIMBA the potential big. And if they even did petition and went to the House, but in the end, the citizens fought against it and said, this is not what we want. By our constitution, power is inherent in the people. The people have the power to change and to elect government for their happiness, their security, and all of that. So the people have so much power. If the people say no, it can never happen. So why would somebody sit and say, oh, this like we want to buy? I just want to tell you, my brother,
Now,
there is not something that is easily done.
Mrs. Ware, to be honest with you, a few months ago when I hosted Ty One-Way, I was convinced that he was going to be the next senator of Nima County. Listening to you tonight, I don't know what to say. Are you open to a debate between you and Mr. One-Way at this on this platform?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Of course, any day, any minute I am.
Wow. Now, just before you leave, I know you're blessed with the gift of gab. I know your husband is a very proud man, and you are a very great communicator. And I'm pretty sure that you guys communicate well. But this young man is calling, or this young lady is calling from overseas. I don't know which country he or she is calling from. Let me just give him or her the opportunity to ask you one question. Hello, caller. You live on the radio.
Yes. Good morning.
Okay,
Good morning.
Where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm calling from Australia, Western Australia.
Okay. You live on the radio. We don't have enough time. The guest is listening to you. Please ask your question.
Yeah, mine is not a question. It's just I want to commend Madam GONGLOE, and she a woman with passion from what I deduce, and she also, I think if our people in NIMBA is let her, she will be one of the light in collaboration with Dara Dillon. So I just want to appeal to the people of NIMBA County. Madam GONGLOE is you guys' daughter. She has contested, I think 1 or 2 times, if I'm not mistaken, and she was unfortunate. But I believe there's a 50th time has come. So you people, I'm appealing to you to plead the Nimadian to plead for her. This lady, she has passion for Nigeria and the country of Nima County. From my own observation, what I'm observing, I don't have a question for her. I just want to tell her thank you for her patience. And I appeal to Nimadian. We all are Nigerians. You guys should not listen to somebody who will tell you, say, you vote for this person here. Don't let somebody to tell you what to do, because this lady has been patient from time in memory. She contested the election, and then she was not successful. She back up. Please, that is my appeal to the Nimadian tonight. They are hearing me. It is the time for this lady, for you guys to try a woman. People that will bring unity, people that will bring development in the country. So, Madam GONGLOE, I just want to commend you. Yeah, be strong, have courage, and we, the diaspora, Liberty Party member, we are fully with you. And in conjunction with the collaboration political party, the CPP, the COP, yeah, you are one of those. You made my day. I'm so delighted here. I'm staying there, but I'm so happy. I want you to continue. Do not give up. The Bible said to us, there is a pipe of fire. Everything's going to be happy. It is all the time.
Thank you.
God bless you, madam. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam GONGLOE. God bless you. And thank you
so much
for listening. Yeah.
Thank you. And folks, I will now turn things over to Mrs. Ware. But just before I do that, Mr. Ty One-Way, Madam Edith GONGLOE-WEH just agreed to do debate with you on this platform, and I will be reaching out to you via phone. What I'm saying now is not enough. She's willing for you both to have debate because you both are well-meaning children of Nima County. and you both love your country. And I think this is healthy in terms of politics, in terms of the people of NIMBA. Madam Ware, I want to say a big thank you to you for taking off time of the busy schedule just to form part of the show tonight. I know you have to go to sleep, but when you leave and you're still not sleeping, continue to monitor the show because we are going to have a post interview analysis with Conor Gray and Mr. Alice Jones, including Mr. Imade Yato. But Mrs. Ware, I know you have to go, but I couldn't turn this call down. Okay? I believe he has something very important to say. And with your eloquence and what you said tonight, a lot of people want to feel and touch you. Hello, caller. Tell us your name and where you call from.
Yes, hello. Am I on the air?
You live on the radio.
This is an evening of joy and celebration for me. I'm calling tonight in recognition of a co-worker, a dear sister and friend. This is Dean Wilson Singer of the city of Philadelphia. Edith, I'm calling you tonight because my heart has been troubled, but just listening to you, not the eloquence, for 51% of our brothers and sisters in NIMBA County, next door to me as a Grandidian, to have 51% of the population of female and not representation out of the 11 or 12 legislative seats from the House to the county developmental. There is not one lady. It behooves me tonight to start a GoFund Edith GONGLOE-WEH campaign to become one of the compatriots of our sisterly county, NIMBA County, as a Grandidian. That's what Yogi is doing in Bassa. The likes of Edith GONGLOE will begin to start and raise the voice of females in our country against rape, against exploitation. A woman who I know I have worked with that is well endowed spiritually in everything we did, Edith, as a team. But in our culture and other places, you manifested and demonstrated the new generation of Liberian leaders. I want to say to you tonight, I call on every Liberian, all Grandidians, Zimbabweans, Conservatians, everyone to join me in uplifting my sister. This is not a question, but to say that my convictions and believe in you are so clear. And let me say this in a very user-friendly way. The Godfather, Mr. Johnson, Senator, we respect you. We respect your works, but it's about time females are represented. They represent 51% of the population. They are our future tomorrow, our mothers, our daughter. To see that there is not one representation in NIMBA County of female legislator, it cuts across the meets and bounds of NIMBA, and it has not risen to the level that we need that great county, which is going to be the first and foremost, the trailblazer to see that NIMBA and seriously, either you break that barrier, even though it will be broken 1,000 more times, you will be the first female elected senator of NIMBA County. I'm starting that GoFundMe tonight. We'll get all of your co-workers in Philadelphia, everyone to support you. I know this lady. I respect her. I'll see the fruits of her works. And Edith, let's go until we win the election. That's all I wanted to tell you. Okay? I'll rest on that.
Thank you. And again, the voice of Mr. Wilson and Dane Wilson, and I will have Mrs. Ware to just give us her partner coming tonight as we bring this conversation to a close. And following our conversation, we will have post-interview analysis from some of the brightest minds of Liberia. Mrs. Ware, I want to say a big thank you for taking off time off your busy schedule to honor our request, just to come on here to explain to the people why you think you are best suited to become the next senator of NIMBA County. You know, and one way was here a few months ago. Now you are here, Mrs. Ware. Your partner coming.
Well, I just want to say thank you so much again, ASHFORD. I look forward to more of these kinds of engagements. We also are asking all of those who listen to us tonight. There are several issues on the ballot in this 2020 election, especially for NIMBA, the faces of our girls and young children who are being raped and sodomized. Their faces are on the ballot because I'm a fighter. I have the social justice advocacy credential. Is that something that I'm starting today? It's like second nature to me. That's who I am. And like Dean Wilson said today, tonight, he's somebody who knows me and knows what we've done even within the Liberian community in Philadelphia. And so we are asking for your support. We are asking for all of your support, financial support, spiritual support, emotional support, even making phone calls to your people to enlighten them because you've had your own experience with us tonight. We are not just speaking because we want to talk, we're speaking from experience, we're speaking from a gut wrenching commitment and passion for seeing change in our county and in our country. So I want to thank you and we look forward to your support. I hope that Mr. Garley will be able to join the choir and do some fundraising and some support of all types to us. And again, thank you so much for having us on your platform, and thank you to all the great callers, even the ones who were doubtful of us. We also thank you because that's the beauty of the debate. At least it makes us know that there are things that we need to work towards. So I want to tell all of you thank you. This should not be the end. Let's continue to interact and engage for the betterment of our country and our country. Thank you.
Okay, and Mrs. Webb, thank you so much for being a part of the conversation tonight. And folks, the fact that Mrs. Webb is going to get some rest, you can still call to ask a few questions. If she's still up and listening, she would perhaps listen to the questioning. But very shortly, we're going to play host to the corner, Remy Gray, Alice Jones, Emmanuel Yato to come so that we can do a post interview analysis about the presentation of Mrs. Wade tonight. Something we are introducing to the diaspora in terms of radio and television via the internet. We are trendsetters, and we want to do things that people don't even think about. It is a blessing, and it's a great deal that we do that because we have passion for what we do. We want our people to be informed. I want to say a big thank you to the producers, my board members, and the folks, the folks in the background that you don't see all the time who have worked tirelessly in making this production a very productive one for what they've done. Again, folks, stay tuned. This is British Radio Africa. Yours truly, the brother who doesn't eat iron, but he's definitely stronger than a lion. Very shortly, you're going to see coming to you live, the corner, Remy Gray, the writer, the fearless writer, Mr. Alex Jones, and Mr. Emmanuel Yato. They are going to be live here tonight for us to do post interview analysis on British Radio Africa. Stay tuned.
as we wait for Mr. Jones, Mr. Todd, and Mr. Gray to come in, folks, I got news for you. I was so hurt today when this young lady called me and said to me, Ashford, she said, Big Brother Ashford, I want you to do something for me. I said, what happened? She said, I was in school in Liberia. My mom, big brother, my own said uncle, my mom blood, raped me. She said, this man raped me, Ashford. I said, what? She said, yes, he raped me. I said, what happened? She said to me, Big Brother Ashford, I was living with this man to go to school. I came from school one day. I went to use the bathroom. And this man entered the bathroom, threw me down on the hard floor in the bathroom, and slept with me. She said, Big Brother Ashford, it didn't happen once. Not once, not twice, but 3 or 4 times. The brother of my mother, when this lady said this to me, folks, today, the emotional side of me came out. And we are discussing this because we're in a season where they are raping our daughters, they're raping our sisters, our mothers. And this lady said, this man is in the government. My people, listen to me. This man is a representative at the Capitol building in Liberia. He slept with the daughter of his sister, his blood sister. This lady was just on the phone with me today, in tears. She said it happened, and I can no longer keep it within. I want to talk about this. My people, I am just waiting for this lady to say, Big Brother Ashford, I'm ready to come on. We will call his name. I already know him. I already know him, folks. We'll call his name. We'll name him. We'll shame him. If it means that I don't go to Liberia again, just by exposing the rapists, we'll do so. But this madman, this nonsense has got to stop. And we will continue to talk about this. President Weah, the feminine in chief, I beg you, Mr. President, protect our younger sisters. This rape thing that going on in the country, you need to be more vocal. Don't only wait to go to the church to talk, Mr. President, I beg you. Every opportunity, every time you have on your hand, please talk about this.
They are damaging the future of our young sisters in our country. Mr. President, you are appointing people, you are appointing rapists to Redemption Hospital. Look at Tobiah Bowen. Tobiah Bowen is sleeping with his own daughter, Mr. President. These are the people that can attract you for you to appoint them in position. Hey man, our country finished. Mr. President, this is one time when we need you to protect your daughters, protect your young sisters, protect the female supporters that your party has. This rape thing that going on is very serious. I am getting calls left from right from victims who are willing to come on for the first time. They won't show their faces and look in the eyes of people that rape them. Now is the time, Mr. President. Please take this very seriously. This young lady said to me, she's crying. She was crying on the phone to me because you know what? She has children in Liberia. And her fear is if her own blood, if her own mother, brother can rape her, who knows what's going to happen to her son and her daughter in Liberia while she's here trying to get them over to come and reunite with her. This lady went on to say that I really want my daughter to come. I really want my son to come. And when she was saying this thing, my people, her mother tried to downplay it. Hey man, you just talking about your mom you want your children to come. What happened now? You can't just wait until time for them to come. And she got so angry and she lost it. She went off. You know what she said to her mom? And she said this to her mother for the first time in a long time. She said, your brother raped me. Her mother froze. Her mother never said anything for 35 to 45 minutes. She said, this is why I want my daughter and my son to join me. Because what happened to me, I don't want it to happen to them. She said, my own blood, your own brother raped me and I had nowhere to go. Had I refused, I would have been homeless. This young lady today is still living to tell the story. When she called me today, we both cried that the brother of her mother will rape her. When I tell you this man's name, when you see the picture of this man, you will not believe that he's involved in that kind of thing. He's a representative in Liberia as we speak. My people, the wicked things that are happening in our country, your own government officials are doing it to them. And that's why people need to speak up. I just waiting for her to tell me, say, people that Ashford are ready to come on. She says she held it in her for so long. It's time for her to speak. She's ready to speak. And we will continue to talk this. Ladies and gentlemen, now, once again, we'll listen to the people welcome to the post interview analysis, and we're still looking forward to seeing Connie Gray and Mr. Yato. Now, tonight we have with us now Mr. Alice Jones. Alice Jones is a businessman, and he believes in the things of Liberia. He loves Liberia, and he wants to see good things happen for our country. I believe we have Mr. Yato trying to come in, but Mr. Jones, for the benefit of the listeners, just tell us a little bit about yourself as we wait for the others to join.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Garley. My name is Chuchu Alex Jones, Liberian. I live in Tampa, Florida. As you rightly said, I'm into business and finance. I'm also a writer, the editor of the Global Space magazine. I'm very passionate about Liberia and finding solutions to our many problems. And so I'm very honored to be here tonight and speak with the panelists on this show.
Now, you listen to Mrs. Ware tonight. And she was very direct. She served as superintendent of NIMBA County, and she says some of the good things she did for NIMBA. But to her credit, we never heard these things. So she had opportunity for the first time to explain to us what she did for not only NIMBA, but for the people of NIMBA County. You heard her tonight. What was your impression, Mr. Jones?
Well, welcome. I have a little. I think Mr. Yato is in.
Yeah, he's here now. But,
all right, so I kind of took a little note, and I wanted to be unbiased and just to the aspirant. So first of all, accepting the invitation, I think I would say that's a tremendous. It takes a lot of courage. Most of our politicians are not capable of articulating their views, especially to be critiqued or interviewed. So they're kind of used to the palaver hot politics, where only the people who surround them, they find that they take comfort in their company. As a result, they lack the communication skills to be able to communicate to a broader, diverse audience. So I must commend her for doing so. And as you rightly said, that most of her accomplishments while she was serving as superintendent was unheard. So again, that's part of, coming to the press, telling your story, telling the people what's going on, or else you don't have a case. So I'm glad she was able to correct on that. I think she's very, very eloquent, very good communication, good introduction, a very mature voice, clear. So I'll give her A plus on that in that sense. Her message, I would give her a C plus. I don't think that she capitalized a lot on her past experiences, and most of the things that she was talking about in terms of whether unity or development, they didn't bring any substance. She didn't talk about how she was going to do it. Saying that you're going to work with the government or bring rules to the country, that's not a clear message. You should, in the future, I would say, elaborate more. Tell us exactly what kind of bill you're going to pass, how much funding. You should be familiar with the budget. I think Nima County gets one of the highest amount of the county development funds. Let us know how that money should be allocated and so forth. So I would say the same thing for policy. So her policy wasn't very clear.
Okay. And I want you to hold on right there as we bring in Mr. Yato. Yato, thank you so much for joining us tonight at a very late notice. You know, this is something that we want to begin as of today to have post interview analysis and for both pro and coin, and you listen to Madam Ware tonight. First off, tell us about your overall impression of what Mrs. Wade said tonight.
Actually, I'm thankful for the opportunity to come on your platform. I was not only impressed, but I was elated to have someone who understands the politics and inner workings of NIMBA to be on a platform tonight. You can only answer the questions that were asked you. I think it was an introductory moment for Madam Ware, and she did phenomenal. The interviewer was given questions, she answered the questions. He pressed on issues that were not platform related. I think the next interview, if it's focused on the issues, and if the next interview is focused on the platform, you will see a different EDITH GONGLOE-WEH. One thing you know from her is that she's well acquainted to the politics of NIMBA. Mind you, she was only there for 2 years as superintendent. And the saying goes in Liberia, if your Christmas will be good, you gotta look at your Eve. And she had to go back to her past to draw her experiences from the past. And that would give us a reason why we believe she will be better. She told you was an advocate. And how do you believe in an advocate who just goes on Facebook versus somebody who actually lived advocacy? So I think she did phenomenal. She's a woman of high and impeccable character, and I think she will do well in serving the people of NIMBA County.
Now, before we go back to Mr. Jones, one of the things that Mrs. Ware touched on, I don't know for a fact if you were listening then, is this primary issue. Now, there's this MOU, Mr. Toll, that was signed, or that was supposed to be signed by both Mrs. Ware and Mr. Wongwe. Now, signing the MOU would mean when you go to the primaries, in the event where you don't become victorious, you will now have that option to go as independent. Can you please further explain this MOU to us, Mr. Toll, if you have any knowledge of how it works?
Well, by way of full disclosure, I'm not a CPP member. Not am I a member of any political party. I have been one of the very few people that have expressed in the past my disagreement with the CPP in the arrangements. I believe strongly that EDITH will win the primaries. And I'll tell you the reason why. The MOU was signed by both candidates, and it simply states that if you agree to go to primary, and if you lose in the primary, you will not revert to an independent candidacy or join a political party. You are absolutely out, and you must support the winner. Understand, the primary is not an open primary. It's a closed primary. It's a caucus primary. So it favors somebody who have experience and have relationships. And I think she has a relationships. For instance, my understanding is that all 4 political parties will give equal delegates. So Liberty Party will give 45 delegates. ALP will give 45 delegates. ANC will give 45 delegates, and UP will give 45 delegates. Those delegates will then go to the polls and decide who will become the candidate. So tell me, Tara's relationship, and that's why we feel like us have always said that yes, he's knowledgeable. Yes, he means well. But I believe strongly that Edith's candidacy provides the best chance for the CPP to win NIMBA County. And that if Tara just wait for another couple more years, then he can demonstrate that he has relationships, mind you, beyond Ganta, Sanikole, Tapata, and Saklapia. Tara has no relationship in the interior. I'm from Weed area, which is lower Nima County. Do you think that people in Weed knows who Tara Womre is? Absolutely not. I'm saying to you that Edith will win. I'm projecting that Edith will win this primary this weekend. And that will be the best choice for the CPP to capture Nima County. It is very important that we win Nima County, as it is important that we win Moss Valley. But the MOU is straightforward. If you lose, you support the winner.
Now, either one of you guys can come in. How does the primary the primary will work? And what are some of the things involved? Is it just going to be the people of NIMBA? It is just going to be the 4 collaborating political parties? How does this work? Do you know, Alex or Emmanuel?
Well, I think Emmanuel seems to will probably know more about that as he promotes Ms. GONGLOE-WEH, because I thought was here to give analysis, not to support an individual. And I think I should first of all finish my analysis. Then we can go into why, they nitty-gritty about the whole process and whatnot. I think that would be the fair thing to do. So I think we have to give analysis, and not here to promote a candidate. As he rightly said, he does not support any candidate.
And giving analysis will have to include the workings of the primaries as well. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Yeah, but I just wasn't finished with my analysis, and
okay, can you just come in, and then Mr. Toll can continue after you finish with your analysis? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, again, for the record, I'm not part of any political party. I am a founding member of the Movement to Make Liberia Better, which is an organization that brings all the parties together to discuss policies and work together to build a better Liberia. So I just want to clarify that. So as I was saying, tonight her performance as a candidate, wherever stage you go on, people are listening and want to vote for you based on what you have to offer on solutions. The days in Liberia where people vote for people because you're from that town or because you're popular, I think those days are over. I think people should only vote for people who have ideas about solving the problems. For instance, I don't think you have to come from NIMBA County to be able to run in NIMBA County election. That's a bygone era. We should be looking for solutions how to build the county, the schools, the businesses, the infrastructure. The county is devastated, even under her administration, but we'll get into that. So just so I'm finished with my analysis, I think she did very well by accepting the invitation to debate Mr. Wangwe on your network. I think many candidates will not do so, and that's very commendable. Her communication was great. I think she has depth in terms of her experience, but she wasn't clear tonight in terms of solution about how she was going to do it. And also, I think also she was also very, she was not straightforward on certain questions regarding Prince Johnson and all these people.
Can you be Mr. Jones? Can you be a little specific when you say she wasn't clear tonight
Yes.
as answers she's given. What were some of the things that she said that you
Yeah, so
believe
she talked.
didn't have clarity?
Okay, so she talked about, yeah, so she talked about the problem of rape. She talked about the problem in the community in NIMBA County, but she did not say how, as senator, she was going to solve those problems. One question I was asked to her was about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which she should be very well of. She did not address that question, asking if she supports it, it should be brought forward now or later. That's a very big deal in Liberia today because that recommendation has a lot of solution for rape victims and solving most of our. So I think she brushed over. She did a good presentation. She's a good communicator, but she hitting the broad strokes. But there was not a single clarity on how and where the funding was going to come from to solve one problem in the county.
Thank you. We'll now go back to Mr. Toll to come in. Mr. Toll.
Well, I must say to Alex that I was analyzing based on reality. One thing Alex must realize is politics is not about platform normally, it's about the connectivity of the person to this constituent. I'm saying to you, you asked me a simple question about the primaries. I'm saying she has an edge, and I gave a reason why she has an edge. That this is an open primary. When you understand how the primary system works in Liberia, then you understand why she's going to win. And it's not because I support her, it's because I'm analyzing how she can and how she will win. That you have four political parties, each will give equal number of delegates. Who do you get it favors? It favors the person that have a relationship with the other political party. So let's take Tara, for example, and take Peter, for example. And you put them in a room and you have 180 delegates that are voting. Do you think the platform will matter with delegates? I'm a living example of what delegates will do to you. Platform doesn't matter when it comes to Liberian politics and delegates. ASHFORD, you're asking me questions about the primaries that's coming up this weekend. And I'm projecting that she will win based on my analysis because she has relationships. There are 180 delegates, 45 from each political party. She has 45 from LP. He has 45 from ANC. The tiebreaker would be Unity Party and ALP. Who do you think have a deeper relationship?
But why don't you think Ty has relationship as well?
Because he's not been around for a long time.
Excuse me?
He's not been around for a long time. If you understand Liberian politics, you understand, look at the leadership. It's controlled by leadership, right? So you have Ambassador Boyka, Vice President Boyka, you have Honorable Uri. Who do you have a better relationship with those two political leaders? Is it Tara or it's Edith? Who do you think the delegates will sway their vote to? So I'm just giving the facts as I see it. I'm saying to you that the platform, both candidates are superb. But I'm saying to you, this primary is a delegate primary. It's not an open primary. You're not going to put a ballot box in Ganta and expect a voter to vote. You're saying 45% from each political party will vote. And who will be the best person to win? The person who has the relationships to sway that vote. And those are not normally built on platform. The way the delegate system works in Liberia, people have already predetermined. They've already made up their mind before they go to the conference. They're not going to listen to your platform at the conference. They already believe that we're going to elections because I love Edith or I love Ty. So if you are so naive to believe that your speeches at the platform will make you win, ask me. I'm a living example of that.
Now, would you also agree that relationships alone are not enough to win you a seat? There are other factors that may come into play. And I want Mr. Jones to speak on this one, then we'll go back to you, Mr. Toll.
Yeah, well, like you said, Liberian politics. Okay, I don't subscribe to Liberian politics because it's taking us nowhere. If we're going to go to Liberian politics, then just forget about the whole process of democracy. Let's just vote for our friends, our tribal people, or whoever we know. So I can't predict the future as far as who should win or who shouldn't win. But what I'm saying that any candidate for the people in my county, what I would say is listen to how they're going to solve problems for you. Don't let somebody come in and say, "Oh, we're going to build more schools, or we're going to build more roads." First and foremost, most senators does not have that ability or that power to carry on those kinds of development. That's the first thing. So they just lie to you. They can pass bills, but in terms of the development of Liberia, in terms of construction, it comes from the executive. So to answer your question, in terms of relationship in Liberia, everything has been in Liberia about tribal relationship and what have, and it lacks the ability for people who can do the job to make change in the lives of the people. And I don't
Now,
subscribe to that. Maybe
but
Mr.
Mr.
Webb will.
Jones, Mr. Jones, if you listen to Mrs. Ware earlier, she served at the will and pleasure of the president. Even at that, she did some things exceptionally well, according to her. Getting involved in the construction of roads, getting in contact with Assalamualaikum and some other things, getting involved into education, in making sure that her younger brothers and sisters are provided the environment for education in the county. Even though she was there at the way and pleasure of the president, why don't you think she would do more when she's elected? Then we can go
And
to Mr.
that's what she should be communicating, Mr. Garley. She should be talking about those things. Don't forget the relationship, whether you know Prince Johnson or you know the other person. Let her talk
I
about her
didn't say
record.
anything about Prince
Let her
Johnson.
talk.
I didn't
No,
say
no, no.
anything.
I just gave an example because I think we were discussing on relationships should be what Liberal politics should be. No, if that's the case, then we don't even need to have a primary. We just go by whoever is popular. But she should talk about more. If I was giving her advice as an analyst, talk about those roles that you were instrumental in building during your time as a superintendent. Then tell us how you're going to go to use being a senator, right? How are you going to use the county development fund to allocate money towards those roles and towards other projects? That's why I would like to hear her say in order to be a better candidate.
Okay,
Mr. Garley,
I want to go back to Mr. Toll, and then we'll go back to Mr. Gray.
Mr. Garley, you're missing the point. There are two elections. We have the primaries and we have the general elections. And if you understand the way things works in politics is that they're two separate campaigns. Edith will have to demonstrate what she would do as a mid tour after she's nominated. The case she has to do on Saturday is why I am the best candidate, not why I am the best legislator. After Saturday's election, if she becomes the candidate, then she will put forth a platform or how she will become a better legislator. So, in a primary election, to demonstrate to the delegates that you are better, mind you, you're speaking to the choir. You're speaking to people who already have made up their mind to support you. They're not there for platform. They're there because they believe that they can take a candidate to the general elections. So her job is, I have a better relationship with the delegates. Her job will be, I am the best candidate, and this is the reason why. One, I'm tested. Todd is not tested. I've participated. Two, I have relationships with a constituent that he doesn't have. He's not been tested, mind you. It is one thing to go and have rallies, and it's another thing to actually put your name on the ballot where folks actually vote for you. So if Alex will understand that we have two separate elections, then it'll be much more easier for us to say, how will she do? So right now, she's telling her constituents that, and the delegates, mind you, there are only 180 delegates. They're not people from Nima County. There are only 180 from Nima County that are pre-selected, and these are people who are not going for platform. They're going to say, my candidate will be better than yours. And I believe that her message at some point, that she's demonstrated that she is the better of the two in representing the CPP. And then when she becomes the candidate, then she now go up against Prince Johnson's Jeremiah Kuhn and say, I will be a better legislator because this is my record and this is my vision for Nima County. So if you understand those two, then you understand why she didn't say her vision for an elections, but her vision for a primary is two separate events.
Now, are you speaking tonight as an analyst, or you're speaking tonight as a supporter of Edith GONGLOE-WEH?
Oh, but I've been hidden. I've said that the two most important positions in Liberia today is Nima County and Montserrat County. I'm not partisan. I'm not a CPP person. I've always said that the best candidate must rise above the arches. And I believe that Ms. Dongo has demonstrated that she's the best candidate. Will she win? It's a whole different matter. I'm saying on the CPP, they have two candidates that are not consensus candidates. That's the reason why they're going to primary. All other counties have white ballots. But because they have two contending, the CPP requirement was that if there's no consensus, it should go to a VPS. Oh, by the way, have you heard where the VPS has stood? No, it was done, but it was never announced. Why? You got to ask yourself that question. And I'm saying that in the primary, we have 180 delegates. These are delegates that they're not going for platform. And you don't know how the political system works. They're going because they want to select the best person. It's like going to a democratic elections. Do you think the Democratic Republicans would give the best candidate? No. Joe Biden is there because we have the better relationships. He's not the best candidate in America to represent America. He is the best guy that put forth a relational transaction between he and the delegates. That's why they put him there. So I'm saying to you, I'm not here to push you. I'm saying to you, the facts are the facts. That she is a better candidate than he is because she poses the best chance for them to win the Makanda.
Joining us now, the is Colonel Raymond Gray out of Minnesota, Minneapolis. Honorable Gray, hello and welcome to the show.
Mr. Garley and the rest of the panelists, thank you, gentlemen. I do apologize. I had some family situation that came up last minute at the time. Who are we? We're messengers of our home, man. But great analysis. I'm listening, and I don't think it's far fetched for people to begin to show their own support or passion for certain candidates. That's all what is inclusive in an analysis, Mr. Jones. Not to hit on you, but that does not mean I'm going to take the high ground with Mr. Toole. The fact is, he said one thing that came to my mind. I'm pretty sure if the voter perception survey had gone one way, we would have heard noise, from certain quarters. Um, if that voter perception survey was actually held, and it's unfair to the rest of the people for not knowing the outcome. But I'm pretty sure if the outcome had gone Taiwan's end, oh man, it would be a loud noise. And the reason probably why it's becoming a this the primary is coming up is because I think this perception survey didn't go the way they wanted it to go. And this is where my fear lies because whenever you have 180 Liberians in a room, everybody is looking at walking away with some purse in their pocket. I don't know, and I know pretty much some people are willing to spend to the teeth just within a primary, which is even apolitical. I mean, it's against the rule. It's illegal to go into a primary and begin to bribe people. Legally, that can, cause you the election. You could be expelled based on electoral laws, and so we should be watching for that because we've seen people who don't have what it takes to even lead have come up to become leaders in this kinds of hoopla corridor where everybody is trying to push something down someone's pocket just to influence their vote. And that's the part that hurt our democracy in Liberia because there's no recourse. It's like it's legal. And if you go back to this, but fairly, if those two candidates were to go into a primary, I think the better of the two will come out. I'm not here to say who's the better of the two. It will be unfair, but the way the voter perception survey went, and nothing came up about it, and then following that voter perception survey, we saw the youth of a certain political organization resigning. These are all bad sign that things are not going well one way or the other. And
Now,
if things are not going well
now,
one way or
Mr.
the other, one of the two candidates stand to win. I can tell you, because that's a brilliant way for someone to, the more you are divided, the better it is for the individual who is a consensus candidate. I'm not here to say who that person is, because I don't know.
Now, Mr. Gray, Conor Gray, I think we've gone beyond the VPS from
Mhm.
what I've gathered. Uh, Now they both, according to what I've read and heard, they both agreed to our MOU. Now, and signing the MOU would mean that if you don't become victorious in terms of the primaries, you have no option to come back as independent. You will have to go with the signing of the MOU. And have they both signed the MOU? This is a question I'm posing out there to you, Mr. Jones, Mr. Gray, and Mr. Yato.
Let me come in there and say, MOU. It's not an election commission arrangement, so therefore it's not binding. It's a gentlemanly agreement, um, or it's a gentle agreement because the lady is also involved. So say if one person were to lose to the other, they have the choice to keep or not keep the MOU, because this MOU is just a common understanding between the two individuals. Um, and if one of the or the other feels that the process itself was not transparent, was not clear enough, there was some willing and dealing, that individual can revolt and choose to go independent. There are no laws that will hold that person from not doing so.
But during the signing, I'm told the signing of the MOU would mean that if you don't come out to be victorious, uh, I don't think you will have the opportunity to go as independent or to sign off the MOU. Mr. Jones, if you have any knowledge, you can come in. Mr. Toll, if
Well,
you as well.
yeah, from my knowledge, basically, it's an understanding legal agreement between the two people. So therefore, why it's not part of the election commissioner's requirement, or it cannot be mandated, well, I would think that a party could take action against the person who doesn't fulfill that arrangement. Uh, and furthermore, if you sign an MOU to not do something, and because you lost the election, right, lose the election, and you go and contravene what you signed, then how could you be a good public figure? Why would anybody want to trust you? You have displayed that one. You don't keep agreement, even if you shake someone's hand. All right, that's a gentleman agreement, and even in most cases, even in the court of law, if you have witnesses, that can count as a binding arrangement. So I think they will keep the MOU, and to my best knowledge, uh, Taiwan Way has signed the MOU. It's on Facebook. So I think if she hasn't, I think it would be good for her to sign it, and not just sign it, but follow it, and keep and uphold it.
Let me counter Mr.
No,
Johnson a little bit.
before you come in, Mr. Mr. Gray, Mr. Yato, I just saw a few posts that Tai Wonway has signed the MOU. And from what Mrs. West said on this show earlier, that she's willing to go into debate with Mr. Wonway. What do you know about this, the signing of the MOU by Mrs. West?
So two things. Colonel Green is absolutely right. There is technically no provisions that will bind you to an MOU, especially if you feel cheated in the process. So you could go to court. The parties will have to take you to court, and I don't think precedents will be on their side. But yes, EDITH has signed the MOU. It is signed by both parties, and both of them have agreed to go to primaries over the weekend. It is politically damaging, though, the way Alex had it, that if you signed an agreement, knowing all of the ramifications, and you back up on that agreement, I think you actually have lost the election. But mind you, it happened before. It happened before. Let me give you a clear example. In 2011, the UP had a primary in Riverside, where the current senator felt cheated in the process, and he left and went to NDC. Guess what? He had the single largest vote of any legislator in the history of Riverside. So it's not unprecedented for when a voter feels that you were cheated in the process, it makes it much more easier to leave. There's no law that says that if you lost the election, no matter what, you can't join a political party. The elections law have not allowed us to do that. So it could be damaging, but if the voter feels that she or Tara was cheated in the process, that person have a will. The parties, the CPP can sue, but I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think they will win that case. But the presidency there before in Riverside in 2011, Senator Aguirre left UP and he won more votes than all of the candidates combined because he felt cheated in the process. That is the reason why we've always pressed for open elections and not delegate elections. Because in UP's case was each candidate had 20 delegates. And then the UP headquarters from Monrovia had 10 delegates. Who do you think they're going to elect? I have 10 delegates, 20 delegates, he has 20 delegates. And the party brings 10 delegates. That means the people of Riverside never could decide who the candidate was. So they chose somebody that they thought was a better candidate for them, but the people of Riverside didn't do that. And Senator Boy went to elections and won more votes than any other candidate in the history of Riverside. So yes, as president, in the case of NIMBA, I really don't know whether the Nimadians will say, oh, either broke or Ty broke his word. I don't know. Every county is a little bit different.
To your knowledge, as she signed the...
Oh, yeah, she's already signed. She's already signed. Both of them have already signed.
Now, earlier you said that relationship is key.
Yeah.
And you went further to say Tai Wonway is backed by the ANC. EDITH GONGLOE-WEH is backed by the Liberty Party. But then you went further to say ALP and Unity Party. You believe that Mrs. Ware has a better relationship with the two parties than that of Tai Wonway. So in your mind, you are 100% sure that Mrs. Ware will emerge as the candidate coming out of the CPP, correct?
Well, they let us know about Liberian politics. Tai has 45 delegates from ANC. Mrs. Ware has 45 delegates from LP. So the tiebreaker is Unity Party 45 and ALP 45. Knowing both of them, the history of their participation in politics, I say she got a better relationship with both parties. And I believe that ultimately this election in NIMBA will be decided not by ANC and not by LP, but by Unity Party and by ALP. So the best person, according to Gray, will rise up.
But you don't
Right.
even know what Mr. Woman has done in terms of the
Right.
Nima Conde. You know, I mean, we've seen
Well,
some things that Mr. Woman has done in terms of improving the lives of the people of Nima, and you have no clue, Mr. Toll. How can you just come in and
Answer,
say, yeah? Huh?
you're talking about national elections, IMA elections. I'm talking about delegates. Delegates are predetermined. They decide before they go to the polls. It's not going to put a ballot box in Secretary or in Ganta. I'm
I
saying,
would like to differ with Mr. Yato on this one.
Now, before you differ with Mr. Toll, let us bring in Mr. Gray, and then we'll go back to you, Mr. Gray.
Well, first thing, I don't know whether anybody has a magic wand to determine how all 45 delegates of either of the participating political organizations would vote. From the Janet saga at the Senate, where people have the freedom to not to disclose their vote. We saw a lot of folks who were supposed to vote against the impeachment of Janet voted in favor of. And that's one thing why people, in fact, would prefer their vote not to be disclosed. All 45 could, you don't know how many will vote for either of the two candidates, and that is also can present a debacle. But on the legal side of it, anything that is not legally, you know, is not legally binding upon the elections commission, is not legally binding upon any participant of our elections. Okay, so they may have signed the MOU. Decency would demand that the two of them keep the agreement. But I can tell you, if all the hoopla about the voter perception, perception survey has now become secondary, that is a broken promise also, in essence, that was not kept. That's why they're truncating to the second level of contention. If that don't work again in favor of either of the two, um, you hear more noise. But I can tell you that the way I'm seeing things, um, Nimba is a traditional county. It's just like Lofa. People don't just vote people because you've done something. Otherwise, people who are in power there today, probably one could argue whether or not they even deserve to be in power at all. So it's an interesting elections, or it's an interesting primary. But either way, it's very, very difficult for a relatively brand newcomer to just win election in a place like Nimba County if you don't have the support of certain individuals. I don't know how well those two resonate with some of the big names like the PYJ. Um, and it's important. Man was say, like Alex was saying, you don't have to come from Nimba to contest for an election. I mean, that's a wishful thinking. Definitely, it's like a suicide. If I were to go contest election in Nimba, definitely I don't even know whether I'll garner one vote, because it's a patriarchal system. They won't know your family ties. You understand? And then they start grading the family who has more power within the clan system, and any of these kinds of things can work. But I'm only saying that I would like to see what the outcome would be like, and whether or not people would just fold their mind and say, well, the primary has outs me from the process, so I'm gone. But for my own, the way I'm looking at the ego of both parties, I don't know if any kind of agreement will hold for them, because otherwise, the voter perception survey would have held in place, because I'm pretty sure there's a result, and somebody did not feel comfortable with the result, so now they're going to a second point. It's just a matter of buying time and waste of time, and just like we commented that the CPP was not going to hold, but people still believe that it will hold. And we're watching, So I believe that this primary is just a window dressing situation, but it's not going to hold on binding on any of the two parties.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to Mr. Jones to say something. Then we're gonna at least take a few calls from the audience, perhaps 5-10 minutes, and then we're gonna segue to something different. But in the meantime, I want to say it. Mrs. Angela Cassette Butch just said that the fact that you're superintendent does not mean you can build roles or do any community development. So that was something that she just said. So we'll go back to Mr. Jones, Mr. Toll, and then we'll take a few calls and move to something.
Mr. I wanted to provide information on that county development situation. Most people think that it's just arbitrary. The caller, the individual making that comment is absolutely right. There is something called, they have an agenda, county agenda. The agenda is not set forth by the superintendent. The agenda is set forth by the president. It's tied within the president's platform. And when it comes to local development, they have those agenda that have been prepared in memorial. So you can't just come and will and deal and say, no, we're not going to take this. Matter of fact, it has to be tied with the president's agenda. So if she was superintendent and she did not perform to the expectation of the president, you can't hold her accountable. But as senator, you have some leverage to determine how to expand the county development initiative. The county development fund, of course, is something that is a roundtable decision, but mostly the people have that determination, not an individual.
That's a very good point. Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Okay.
Alex?
So I think Mr. Yato said earlier in many words that he supports and he predicts that Gongloe-WEH was going to win the primary. I would just like to first of all correct him when he said that the delegates they're gonna come from the ANC and of course the Liberty Party, and the other 45 or so going to come from the United Party and the ALP. So those people in those parties. So I want to make a case for the other side. Okay, those people are mostly young people. Ty's a young man. He's very energetic. He has a lot of ideas. He's an entrepreneur. He's done lots of work on the ground in Liberia as a investor, and in NIMBA County. Don't you think that those people in what you call in the Unity Party, you're talking about the likes of the George Lopez, who are younger, to see a young man coming to the stage, just like Darius DeLong in a sense, who was other politics, a new face, so to speak. Do you think that is more refreshing than someone who's been part of the bygone era, being part of the Ellen Johnson administration, that literally did not carry on the kind of development, human development, and you look at any statistic development. So Ty has a very strong point. And I personally know Ty from New York City, and I don't agree with all his politics, but he's a very bright man. He's very articulate, and he's very, very popular among the young people. So in that, if he campaigns strongly with the young people,
Jones,
he make over 15% over 45% of the population, he would do very well.
Mr. Garrett, Mr. Jones keeps going back to the general elections. I'm saying this is the primary.
I'm talking about in the primary. I'm talking about those 45 votes for the Unity Party and the ALP.
In the primary, for those of us who participated, remember, man, I was one of the largest farmers.
Okay,
Those who have participated in primaries.
Counselor, you lost an argument a long time ago.
I said, those of us who participated in primaries in the great United States of America. Mind you, I was a candidate for Eli. I thought I had an ask on the day. The first time he saw me, he was my greatest critic. My platform was solid. My record was even better than anybody that you ever produced. But what happened? I was flogged because what
Well,
you
maybe you
had.
had a bad campaign manager and you had a bad consultant. That's why.
Well, I'm telling you right now that I hope you're not a child consultant, but I'm telling you, uh, youthful exuberance when I work at a primaries in Liberia. The
For
people
substance, and Ty has substance. I listen to him on many shows, and he has details. Okay, he
platform
has
matters.
programs. He has programs
Have you,
that
have
can work in my county. Yeah, I mean, just in all fairness.
have you seen Dylan's platform? It's called Talking Points.
Have
People
I
want
seen
hero.
who platform? I don't think we'll get a deal on
Okay,
later on.
okay.
I know
People
that's
want
another
hero.
topic. But let's
They
stick
want,
to
they
this
want
topic. When it
people
comes
that
to
can
what we
redeem
heard
them.
tonight,
Mr.
when
Toe,
it
we
comes
have
to
to
what we heard
with
tonight from Mr. GONGLOE-WEH and what Ty has said, Ty has presented a better case, especially to the younger people. And
He's
that's
a
a
young
fact.
man. He's a young man like all of us, and I wish him very well. I'm just saying that in the practical terms of things, that Edith has a better chance of winning this primary, and I predict to you that on Sunday she will be the winner of the primaries because I think, in my viewpoint, she has to look. Colonel Gray understands politics beyond Monrovia. When you get beyond Sacrapie and Ganta, the folks want to know who your father was. You know, how did your father contribute 25 years ago, 50 years ago? We don't want to know whether you built 5 schools, you have you're entrepreneur. Remember now, when you leave Ganta, most of the folks don't know what entrepreneurship means. Yeah, they are farmers that say, oh yeah, that woman was superintendent, and she came to
And
West Virginia.
Ty has worked on farm projects in NIMBA County. The pictures are there for
Farm,
many years,
personal.
even when he
If
wasn't
I
even
read,
running.
you know what we survey is no Tabata. Does anybody from we know who Ta is?
Gentlemen,
No,
let me
no,
make
no, no, no. Before you come in, Mr. Gray, Mr. Yato is on your saying it's personal. Todd, despite the fact that you just said it's personal, the man is providing employment for the good of Lima County. Now, how is it personal, Mr. To?
I'm not saying. I'm talking about primary, and I'm
Okay.
talking about delegates that go to the primary. And I'm saying those
No,
delegates.
Mr. June just talking about some of the things that Mr. Woman is
I
doing.
accept you 100%. If Ty was in a general elections, he would make that case. But he's not in the general elections. He's in the primary elections.
He's
Remember
gonna
now,
make a case to the UP young people. He's gonna
Mr.
make the case to the ALP.
Mr. Cummings came from the United States, the richest candidate, the most accomplished candidate. What happened to him? Okay, voters expect something differently. They are not like you and myself that I will go to the polls and say who's the best candidate based on their qualification. They are saying who best identifies with me.
Then you contradicting yourself because you voted for Darius Dillon, you support Darius Dillon, who
And
was not very popular throughout Liberia, who
they
did not have all the connection. And
That,
Darius Dillon made a case. He made a
that,
case about transparency, he made a good policy, and Darius Dillon won. So you be contradicting yourself when it comes now like if Ty makes a good candidate case,
I'm
you
not.
can win.
I'm not. Dylan is not a new kid on the block. Dylan has 30 years of relationships in Monrovia. Not you, he ran
Yeah, but
before.
he's won on his policy, on his ability to bring transparency in the House
But
of
to be
in the
nominated,
Senate. That's why
to
people
be
voted for him
nominated,
for.
to that position, he won on relationships to be nominated. Then after you're nominated, then you can talk about policies. I'm saying
So
you
the
got
other
to.
candidates were not the other candidates didn't have
well,
any, the other candidates that he ran against didn't have any connection. Taylor Uri didn't have
Mr.
any
Jones
connection in
and Mr.
Liberia when she
Yatu,
ran and lost.
let me provide a reminder. Earlier, when Mr. Yato was
Okay.
pivoting to Mr. Dillon or Senator Dillon, you say we'll come to Dillon later. Now you can't have your cake and eat
When he
it. So
when he
I will officially on Dillon.
Hold on, Mr. Jones. We have a call on the line, but after the Conor
okay.
Gray concludes, we'll take the call. Go ahead, Conor Gray.
Look. I think the primary provides an interesting observation going forward because I'm not only looking at that primary, I'm also looking at McGibby County. Um, we have folks who are running And there are two people there, Fofana and of course Reverend Collins also. But primary are different babies. I always say we've seen Ellen was defeated in the primary before by Cletus Watterson, and either she came late or with all the serviness, she was trashed. She was actually dragged in that primary that even had her really angry. But in that election, of course, Cletus Watterson teamed up with Alaric Topa. Okay, but I'm only saying that primaries are just. I agree with Yato that they're different babies. I like to see to what extent certain people resonate with. But I think if you look at the Unity Party, even though they are in this collaboration with the ANC, the body language don't, it's the body language speaks otherwise. And the same with ALP. I'm not saying that the delegates would overwhelmingly vote against an ANC candidate. I cannot say that because I don't know Ta's own relationship with some of the delegates, and that also is important. But this is not about who have you know plowed the biggest field in anywhere or who is providing jobs for who. That is not what primaries are for. Primary a touchy issue because you have to have a personal relationship with the delegates, and in order to pull your way through, certain people must have that affinity, that likeness by a good number of the people working out of that process. They don't even have the time to look at some of the accomplishment. That's not even going to be the criteria out there, but the criteria would be either who has the biggest purse to you know to muddy the water, or who is likable the most. And I'm not sure of those two. Who is willing to spend money just on a primary when the actual election itself is pending. But
Okay.
that's how I see
No,
stuff.
no,
That's my own personal observation.
okay. Okay, no problem. No problem. Hold on. No, you're not live right now. You're not live right now. So, yeah, hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Gray. You're live. I mean, what I said was not on the air. So, have you done? Are you
What
done?
what I said was no. I mean, some part of it was filtered, but not now. I mean, that pretty much that's my own observation, and I see people are saying that stop recycling old politicians. Um, you know, I always ask people this question: if you were um, going to board a flight to say Asia, that would take you some 18 to 20 hours in the sky. If all two of the pilot and co-pilot were brand new, that's the first flight that they're ever piloting to Asia. And you know of that information, you're disclosing the voice recorder comes on. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us. And this is our first flight, brand new from the academy, and we're going to be taking you guys to China. And
That's
I'm
not the case
pretty
there.
sure.
It's kind of
I'm
good.
Okay, man. Can you guys just please hold that thought? And we want to go to the telephone line now, where we'll take a few calls for perhaps 5 to 10 minutes. And in this case, we have Miss Yasendi on the line from Georgia. Hello, welcome to the show, Ya.
Yeah, thank you so much for the offer. I wish you guys are turning to make myself available. But I first need to commend Alex Jones. Alex Jones exercised objectivity. He did a good analysis of the show tonight. I always love to, I mean, even when we disagree, to listen to Conan Gray. He's very informed Yeah, sometimes I may not agree with him, but he's very informed, very articulate, and I like that about him. I like to say our chairman, Mr. Yato, I think Mr. Yato did not do an analysis. He actually was selling the candidate, and I don't think it was balanced.
Lost her?
Remember clearly when Delon came, we have to compare apple to apple. We did not have a primary during Delon terms, right? So at the time, Delon need was not really a household need, except for the attachment to the vice president now and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And I remember very well, we who were in the leadership of Delon campaign, including Emmanuel Ghetto, we literally, because Alex Cummings was the next kid on the block at the time. So we literally drilled him to get out of this work schedule here to come to Liberia in the rain and in the sun to hold the line hand and tell their hand and go from place to place. Yes, since then, the line have earned his place. But he did. We must give to Caesar what is due Caesar. But I think if we were doing analysis tonight, if we're thinking about the future, then there needs to be a fair balance as to what these two people are bringing to the table, what their history. One thing I heard Mr. Yeto keep saying, who your father is. Do you know who that father was in the mechanic? Do you know what he paid, the price that he paid to be anybody? Do you know how he protected the matter? I know all of these people here. No, let me finish.
No.
Let me finish. Mr. Yeto?
Cynthia, no, I know you're feeling, but I want to understand. Are you saying because of the presence of Mr. Cummings, is that why Delon came to permanence? Is that what you're saying?
Well, he paid his due. He played his part. We were a team. We were a team at the time. We did not have what we have today called primary. We were just coming out of elections and we needed somebody. So we were all together, everybody. And another thing that we need to look at, I've also heard, and I hear this a lot of times, I am a teacher. I'm using my children, half of my children are not in the classroom, half at home. We're using Zoom in the classroom to teach. So one to literally say that because you're on Facebook, you're not making impact, it's completely absurd for me. It's just ludicrous. We have to use what is delivered to us to leverage what we have. Okay, I can sit in my room and reach to thousands of people and reach to all my auntie and uncle in the interior. And I don't have to get on a plane and pay $5,000 to go before I talk to them and say, why you came late? So the point I'm making tonight is we needed to look at Josiah. I know all of you already support EDITH. And I know for a fact, Emmanuel is my chairman, and I love him. We come a long way even before Delon became senator. He knows that we work together. We take investors to Liberia. We've been going off of, a lot of people don't know this. We've been together a very long time. We have fun. We're rising up. I'm just being honest with you. But he did not do an analysis. What he did, but what he did was he saw his candidate.
And I also know you're a strong supporter of Delon, so that's not a secret.
Yeah. No, not Delon. I'm not talking about Delon. Yeah, I open the door with Delon. I'm talking about since Edith is family. So is that. So I interviewed the both of them and took my step back and watch whoever comes on top, and I will come and support. That's why I don't say anything negative about any of them. That brings a lot to the table. Number one, Top comes with no hindrance and no pass. Okay, and he's a young man. He's an investor in Liberia. I must give that. I think that both are eloquent. I think that both are informed and educated. But I just think I didn't listen to all of Sis Edith. Sis Edith is always eloquent. She's gonna get her point across.
What?
That's the person she is.
Yeah. If you speak to Todd before I do, just so you know, Mrs. Ware has agreed for the debate between the both of them on British Radio Africa. So when you talk to Todd, please let him know, and the both will appear anytime soon. Okay.
That's right.
Let me say this. Let me add my voice to Emmanuel Yeto. At this point, whether they come and fall up and down is not going to make a difference. Okay. What will make a difference if Liberian people actually do one change? And I will also add this from what I see on the horizon, UPNs, ALP, what they do when it comes to ANC. Unless Ty has his own relationship, which I think he do, and from Alice's analysis that Ty is a young person, majority, I'm thinking maybe a third or a quarter of the people that will be on that particular train, they're going to be young people. Hopefully they can see themselves in Ty also, and the women on there can see themselves in Cecilia. Okay, but I think they both bring a lot to the table. Preferably I would like to have a new idea, a more innovative, not because a woman or the man person who already have impacted on other people have their chances. So, but that's what I would say. But I don't see looking at the political arena how things have played. But I will wait and see what Sunday brings. But I think I my chairman is a little biased tonight, so I'm gonna give the night to for me. I think Alex did a great job, and I think Corner did a good job.
And Miss Martin,
you know I love and adore you. I just have to be honest with you. So you're trying to be honest, so I gotta be honest with you. I think you already showed.
Miss Martin, Miss Martin.
Yes, sir.
Miss
Yes,
Martin, Miss Martin, this is Ashford. In all fairness, you know, Darrell Dillon is one of the best Liberian politicians alive. You know, and for you to come here to say,
I love me
say Alex has been a major part of his success in terms of politics, I want to disagree with that. You know.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
That's not what I said. Let me make myself crystal. I said when ADD embarked on this journey, Emmanuel Yeto is sitting right there. I know how many times he called me. I know how many times Octavia Gilman called me. I know what we did in the back end, things that we got on the road. I did say now, I said ADD had earned his place and proved himself, and we are proud of him. I always say that. I will give to him what is due him. I said from the onset. Okay? So Emmanuel know the road we travel. Octavia Gilman know the road we travel. All of them know the road we travel.
Thank you.
So we believe in him, and he has delivered, and now he can carry his own and even raise other people's hands for them to come to prominence. So I should give it to him. And when I speak, I like to be very clear, and I like to chronicle history. That's the kind of person I am. So there's no doubt.
Thank you.
So I want to say that's my voice. Thank you, Peter Ashford, for having me. And Mr. Yeto, since I think we love you, we'll love you. Stay on the road. We got more.
Okay. Thank you, yeah. Thank you so much, yeah. We'll take one more caller, then we'll go back to Mr. Yato. We have this, the area code is 713. The last four digits of your numbers are 35. The last four digits of your number is 3582. Please tell us your name.
Yeah, this is Ali. That's how you doing.
Oh, everybody, you can't leave this station. Ali, come by, my brother.
You're doing something good. That's why.
Okay.
I'm glued to the TV and the phone you're on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And listening, we have all the great guys in the studio. My big brother Randy is over there. The tough talking Alice Jones is there. The leading Capino of the year, Yato is there. I don't know the other guy. You know, but yeah, analysis going on. There's a little bit of side picking, and there's one or two people that are trying to be in the middle as much as possible. And this is just my opinion. If you ask me, the statement that the other fellow made that people go to the primaries with their mind already made, and the decision is made before going to the primary, then I want to ask the same question. I want to give the same point that Alex gave. And what is the need for the primary if people's minds are already made up before the primary? And there's something going on between all three of them, with Alex being somehow in the middle, and Big Brother Randy is actually giving the point. But Alex also is not against anything that anybody has said. What Alex has said is if there should be no need for people voting in the counties because they know somebody. It should be based on something more than that. Not because you were born in a town, you should be elected by the people. Prince Joseph was born in NIMBA, Mrs. Where make mention of Prince's failure. That's about one of the years he's been a senator. So Alice is saying that, you know, if that was the case, just because you were born in NIMBA makes you qualify, then we wouldn't be in a dilemma with you today, as far as I saw that this political dispensation goes. And why Randy is saying, you know, pretty much how it works, how it has worked over the years. So we're all on the subject. But to be analytical, if you ask me about that woman and Ty, I can tell you, and if they're doing it on merit and not based upon the fact that people's minds are already made before going to the primary, I think that would be a much better force to reckon with. The reason is simple. She does not have the political intellectualism from listening to her.
And what will you
What
say
she
that?
has,
Ali, what will you say
okay.
that? I want you to please explain
Well,
further.
well, I listened to you ago, and you as the host, who were trying to make her answer questions that the general public may want to understand. She wouldn't give you a chance to speak. That's one. She was selective also on questions that she was going to answer. When I asked her about the truth and reconciliation about the war crime, she avoided that question in its entirety. But what I also deduced that brought me to the conclusion is that she's using her femininity as a way of winning election, gaining favor because she's a female. And y'all just said the whole thing a few minutes ago, and that was very, very objective. She said, well, male and female, they will bow down to who actually has the most to offer. And this man has a living platform. He does not have to tell you that he can bring development to the country. He's doing it on his own already. Mrs. Ayala, Aware was there, and up to now, since he left, the problems of NIMBA country, the reconciliatory problems of NIMBA country still exist, even though she did some physical, symbolic stuff. So, in short, thank you guys for the whole thing here. But I don't think we should go to the primary with a sick mind or a loaded mindset. We should go to the primary actually giving each party the platform to present themselves. And if they do, without any bias, it's a tough thing to do because my own mind is very sensitive. It's kind of seem like. And we're not going to give people a position because you're man or you're woman. You got to be qualified. Thank you so much, my brother.
Thank you, my brother. And as always, it's a next thing to have you on. We'll begin with Mr. Emmanuel Toll, and then we'll work our way around the group. And we're also going to call this a night, Mr. Toll.
Alpha. Let me digress a little bit and go back to Cindy before I come to Leo's point. You see, one of the problems that Liberians have as a whole is that they want to complain after they enter on the field with a set of rules. Colonel Gray is here as a witness. We've said in the past that the CPP arrangement was no good. And you know why people supported it? Because they hated CDC and Mr. Weir. I'm telling him the way it is, as arranged by the CPP, it's a delegate system. And delegates, if you know how delegate works, not how it should work, is that folks have already made mind because these folks are not elected. They were appointed by the party officials. They didn't go put a ballot box and say, let's give the party people vote to have their own delegates. So who do you think they're going to support? They're going to support whoever the party officials say. That's the reason why people like us said in the beginning that we must have an open electoral system where the will of the people are tested and the will of the people are the force that will be used to determine who our leaders will be. Well, you can't cry foul play. When you accept the rules and you enter the field. The way the politics works, to our personal accomplishments. Let me give you an example. I live in Tapata. Tara lives in Ganta. He builds all the business in Ganta. How does that benefit me in Tapata? The taxes they pay in Ghana does not benefit in Tapata. So when you guys put personal accomplishments over the common good, that's the reason why we are the way we are. We're making the same case with Dallas Dillon that Tar has not built these for the people of Ganta. The business belongs to the Tar. And one thing I would not do is I would not malign Tar. I don't know him. I wish him very well. I'm just making a case for Edith Gongloe. that at this point in time, she has a better relationship with the delegates. And I think if I were looking at a greater scheme of things in these general elections, our goal is to beat Prince Johnson by beating Alexander Cohn. Do you know how much investment Alexander Cohn has, Jeremiah Cohn has in Ghana? Do you think Ty can compare to the investment that he has? Do you think the people of NIMBA will select Ty because they have investment? People will want a fighter. They want somebody that will represent their interest. That's why they love Jalen. And I think if you put the two, at this point in time, that Edith is best suited for that position. And the rules are the rules. Until we all accept ourselves and say, let's go back to rewriting the books, to say that we need a free and fair. This is a template for what will come in 2023. Because the way it is written right now, that it will be the seat delegate that will determine the presidency in 2023. Will you like folks to just jump up and select somebody? Or are you going to demand as of January that the CPP arrangement must be changed, that it must be an open primary, where any voter will have the right? Then it is easier for Ty to make his case. But other than that, we are going to select the best person that we believe, that will win on issues, that will win on knowledge, and that will win on likability. It is not on self and personal accomplishment, because Jeremiah Cohn versus Ty Wombley, it will wash out. Jeremiah Cohn has several investments in NIMBA County, more than Ty ever has. So, or will we elect him because he has investments? Those investments benefit him. Ty didn't open up a school or business and donated all the proceeds to the people of Ganta or NIMBA County. So how do you think the guy in Sacramento will make up their mind? Oh, this guy is rich. That Kumi has millions in the bank account. Does that benefit me in Riverside? Or a DeLong or a Ida Gongo or a Nyobi Kanga is fighting for me? And I'm saying to you, if you want to win an election, you got to win on your ability to fight for your constituent. You are the advocate. You are not going to write in the budget and line item that say that, oh, my business in NIMBA should develop because I know business. You're going to write in there that say there'll be more public schools, more public roads, more public hospitals. And I think at this point in time, when you look at the history of both candidates, either makes a better case to represent NIMBA County.
Mr. Remy Gray.
You know, Mr. Garley and the rest of the guys, Yato and Mr. Jones. You know, I put NIMBA County politics in the back burner for now and focus on the immediate battle that is coming up in within the next weekend here, because I think that's where my analysis for now is tied. Individually, those two may have their own individual ties to their county, but this is a primary involving 4 different political organizations that this would be one of many tests that will face the CPP. So it is incumbent upon the CPP to handle this particular event with some credibility. Credibility does not necessarily mean that they should fix the process to suit one person. But it should be free, fair, and open, so that we know exactly, not unless, and I think those who are managing the primary process should make it as transparent as possible, so that if someone were to renege upon the gentlemanly agreement that they've entered into or upon, we know definitely that that individual is not somebody to really invest any kind of confidence in within. Because if a man cannot keep a simple agreement within a smaller entity like the CPP, well, how much more if they become senator for the county. So that's why it is repugnant if we make this a you know and you know a process that is not open. The reason it's supposed to be open is because people want to see how fair, how transparent a CPP is. I know a lot of folks will try to pull their tricks, but I think Liberians, in my opinion, are getting to the point where they're just fed up with tricks. That's why all the cry about bringing new politician versus old politician. For me, credibility matters because that's when you distinguish. It's not about age; it's about credibility. When a person goes into an agreement and they have that spirit that when they lose that process, they walk away. Firstly, I was looking at the voter perception survey. Yes, you guys will say we're done with that. But if somebody could not keep that simple agreement, now they're going to the next one. It's just a matter of shifting the goalposts or buying time. They get there, the process is fair. One person, knowing that they're not going to make it, they'll come up and say, "Oh, I was cheated." And that gives them the opportunity to say, "Well, I'm going to go independent anyway." And these are some of the things that hurt our democracy. For me, I would like the two to really have a process that everybody chiming in will see John putting one for this person, Peter putting one for this other person, and then we tally it right in our eyes. You know, it don't have to be in a way where people hold grudge against certain people. Maybe that's the fear certain people have that if I open my ballot, people will come again, after me. But that should be the agreement upon which delegates should be even allowed to participate in the process. Because once it's done that way, we know that the CPP is an open, transparent organization.
Okay.
Otherwise, if they start hiding, we don't know what went behind the curtain. And so therefore anybody can come and say I was cheated and I'm walking away.
Okay, gentlemen, this is what we're gonna do next. We want to segue a little bit to talk about some of the trending issues in Liberia. Rick is
So,
on.
guy, can I make my closing argument before we move to the next topic?
Well, speaking of closing the argument, you have 2 minutes to do just so.
I just need 1 minute.
Go ahead,
Just 1 minute.
Mr.
Okay. Okay. What I want to say here today is that Mr. Yato is a very bright man and attorney and an accomplished man, knows how to do politics a lot. So it's kind of great. But I don't think anyone knows the future. And what this is about is the future, not the past. We realized that what was going on in the past was wrong. And if we want better, then we have to be sincere with ourselves and then embrace change. The problem that I found with my colleagues here, they want to complain about the system and keep it that way. They want people to vote based on relationships rather than based on opportunities for people and programs for people. The evidence is clear. If you go to move NIMBA County.com tab on the side, the man has a detailed policy based on agriculture, which he has expertise, which he's shown. I'm not part of Side One with Side. I'm, in fact, one of his biggest critics. But let's, when we say back when, let's torso and torso. What Ms. Ile Gango said today, she doesn't even have a website. Somebody is calling to talk about GoFundMe in the 21st century for somebody who wants to head the largest, be a senator for the largest county in Liberia. We live in a technological world. You need somebody who understands these things to help the people, to be able to create programs, be able to attract investors, and who has proven it. And in the case of both of them, I think Ty has demonstrated, and anyone can take a look at his programs. I don't go by who I know, I go by policies and programs. And clearly, he has a better policy And I hope that he will come to a debate and talk about it, talk about some of the things he's doing and some of the things on his website to make the people's lives better. Thank you very much for the time.
Mr. Garley, you gave
I just
Mr.
think
Jones.
it would be fair that I
Hold
go
on.
across the room.
Mr. Garley, you gave Mr. Jones 4 minutes, and he used 1 minute. Can I borrow 30 seconds and just
I'm
rebuttal?
responding to you guys' closing statement. That's what I was doing.
I'll just give a.
Mr. Gray, hold on. Mr. Gray, hold on. I think it would be fair. I think it would be fair.
What I see Mr. Jones has done
hold on.
so different from what
Mr.
Mr.
Gray,
Yaku
will you
did.
hold on?
Oh, okay.
It would be fair to go across the room to give everyone 1 minute to close out, then we can segue to the next segment. And at this time, we'll bring in Mr. Emmanuel Yato. Mr. To.
I love Alex when he says that that we are not thinking about the future of Liberia. I've said to him that I am a staunch opponent of the dissolution of collaboration. I don't believe in collaboration. I've said from the beginning that Liberians must unite. There must be a merger of their efforts and their resources. Because what collaboration does is, it's like you renting an apartment and everybody have their own room and their own kitchen. The only thing that we have in common is that we all just go through the front door. But when we get in the apartment, we all do our own thing. The strongest merger was the UP merger. We saw the collaboration in the 80s. It never worked. I'm saying to you that months ago, when we disclosed the arrangement of the CPP, people like us are saying that was wrong. All of you guys were jumping up, oh, the CPP, that the rules are set. The game has started. You can't go back and backtrack and say, oh, by the way, I should have. After the end of the game, then we will say, oh, by the way, this is not the best way for us to do business. I've always said, an open primary. That's the reason why I'm not a CPP member. If I was CPP member, I'll be vocal. I would tell them, I will not tolerate this nonsense. But TAR and the ANC, mind you, the ANC injected into this whole process a VPS. Okay, where's that VPS? They're going to the primary. Have they announced it? They have already done it. Do you know that almost a month ago, almost 2 weeks ago? Where's that VPS? Why haven't ANC come out? They spent all the time and money on a VPS, and now we're going to primary this week, and we don't know what the voter perception survey says. So I'm saying to you, and as I land, that Liberians are Monday morning quarterbacks. They are not there to look at what is best for the interest of the people. I've always said that the best alternative going into 2023 is for all the political parties to go and campaign in an open election. Let the guy in Grand Jury decide who actually is the best candidate, not a guy who says that he has the best record. What may be best to you may not be best to me. I've given you a clear example of what Ty say he is. I'm saying if you go to NIMBA County as it is today, and you put up the record, the personal accomplishment of Ty in NIMBA versus Jeremiah Kuhn will win him hands down. But you know what? Those are self-accomplishments. It does not benefit a guy in Lower Tapeta. It doesn't benefit a guy in Buto. So when I'm voting in Buto, I will not think about the business that you're establishing in Ganta. How does it benefit me? And that's what I'm saying. And as we go into 2023, we must have an open election. Every county must decide who is our candidate. And when we learn to do things the right way from the get-go, then we will avoid all of these pitfalls and the recriminations. We'll avoid every one of them if we start right. But I will have a challenge. Let the ANC come out and give us the results of the VPS that they did this month. And then I will tell you why we're going into this election blindsided.
Now,
I think that was like 5 minutes, not 1 minute.
Mr. Toll, just before we bring on Conor Gray, but I'm EDITH GONGLOE-WEH
has agreed for debate on Bridge Radio Africa against Taiwan. Why is she so confident that she's gonna win this debate?
Who will win? Debates are about issues. Debates are about vision. Edith has a record. Okay, she's not saying, she's not creating a website to say what I will do, what she has done. How to bridge the gap between lower and upper NIMBA. Remember now, NIMBA has not only Mana and Gil. NIMBA have Crown, Pele, Mandingos, and they have Bassa people in there. People don't realize that there are a lot of Bassa people and a lot of Crown people in NIMBA County. All of lower NIMBA County, nothing but Crown and Bassa. And along the Bon County line.
Mr. Moderator, the man was supposed to give his closing argument in 1 minute. He's gone over 5 minutes. He's still campaigning. So let's keep the rules. You talk about
Edith has a better case.
The rules. So can we move to Colonel Gray?
Thank you.
Edith has a better case, and I think she will articulate those.
To give his argument, but I asked him to expand. So if you need us, I can call that.
Yeah, I will as well.
I can go ahead, Mr. Toe.
But I don't know if you are neutral. But me, I got Canada. I had my own.
I'm neutral because
I don't think that Eddie man neutral. I think Eddie has interest.
Ty is not here. No. Ty is not here to defend himself. And if people keep the wrong campaign against the man.
Alex, that guy clear and say you are supporter of Ty. We'll give you the
I'm not Ty supporter. I'm supporter of what is right. These people keep to analyze and then jump on campaigning. That's the way the problem starts. So therefore,
listen, I asked the question, Alex. I asked the question. Your response should have been ASHFORD. Say you asked him any question. I knew you were having the same question because I want to do something.
I want a question too.
Yeah, I'll give the question. But let the man land. I beg you.
Okay.
Just to land, ASHFORD. Just to land. That the rules have been set about what 3 or 4 months ago. And according to this rule, they go to voter perception survey, which they've already done, and from there they will move on to the primaries because there was no consensus from the beginning, which is very fair enough. These white ballots, I don't believe in white ballots. Whether you're incumbent or you are a newcomer, you have the chance to contest. You give the voter a chance to truly choose who is the best candidate for that job. So I look forward to Edith making her case. I'm confident she's going to win because I think, in my opinion, in my analysis, that she presents a better case of winning Prince Johnson and his nominee than Ty. Ty is a bright person. He's contributed immensely to the body politics of Liberia. I just say it's timing. The timing is just not right. When you go against, look, we have 2 persons that have stranglehold held our politics, Prince Johnson and George Weah. If we defeat both of them in this election, that will loosen up that stranglehold that both of them have had on Liberian politics. Prince Johnson will not consider himself the godfather anymore, and so will George Weah not consider himself the godfather. I'm saying to you that if I had a choice, and I'm not from NIMBA, I'm not voting, I don't have a voting card there, but I would say to the CPP that your best choice, you need a woman and you need somebody who has been tested through the ballot box, not a newcomer. Understand, folks don't vote on personal resumes. They vote on their ability to know the candidate and they vote on their likability of the candidate. And I think Edith is likable. She can sell better in the fringes of the interior of NIMBA.
Thank you, Mr. Imani Yato. And after Mr. Jones, we're very persistent in coming.
Right. So once again, we're not talking about.
He supports that woman, but he doesn't support anybody. But
we're not talking here about the argument or the analysis we're trying to discuss here. It's not about voter perception. It's not about CPP.
I like your suit, by the way, Mr. Jones. You look good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I like your suit. We're not talking about none of those things. All right? You can say all you want about the CPP. You can say all you want about what they should have done, they didn't do. The only issue here that we're discussing is based on the interview, based on what available, what the two candidates have said, what they have put out, which of them have a better grasp of developing the people of Nima County? That's the question. And what I have seen, and what the world has seen, and what we had to watch and witness tonight, it's clear that one side has the energy, he has the political wit, he has the experience, he has the technological advantage, all right, to move that county forward. In fact, that's his slogan. And I think what the voters, including whether it's the primary or the primary or the people of Nima County or the people of Liberia would benefit from, is to have leaders, right, who can display these things, so that it can set an example for even at our national level, where we can say we're not just going to vote for somebody again because they're part of my party or because they're part of. We should be listening to what the person has offered and what they are going to do and how. And all of those things, like I said, I can read those things on Tao One Way's website. I've listened to him on the media. I don't have any, I haven't seen Tao in almost 10 years, okay, or spoken to him almost 5 years. But his candidacy, his effort, his diligence trumps Miss Gongloe. That's the fact of the matter. And anybody who wants to challenge that, go and look for the two websites, go and look for what the two are saying, or even judge the record in terms of his business record and George Hall record as a superintendent, and you will see who's a better manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jones. And folks, let us move on to something that is very disturbing.
So I'm not good in the analysis, the 1 minute closure.
You did yours, right?
I was coming in, you say it's not my time, the other guys should go around.
Okay. No,
and then you
come in. You didn't want to get involved in it.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Conor Gray, go ahead and do your 1 minute analysis. I'm so sorry.
So let me
go ahead and do that right now.
The only thing I see is Mr. Jones is becoming extremely authoritative by saying what this debate should be like, what the analysis should be like, what it should be, without even entering into a gentlemanly agreement, whether or not that is even the theme of the debate or the conversation. And he has cleverly made the point for Tao Wangwe, but yet does not want to own to it that he's here to promote Tao Wangwe. So for me, I see him and Emmanuel Yato on the opposite side. So that's fine. I will take the middle ground. I don't support any of the two. And I'm looking at the delegate system that will appear on the weekend to handle the primary, and what information they'll be looking at to make that determination as to who is best suited to contest for NIMBA County from the CPP. Okay, that is what, in my opinion, the basis of this discussion. It's not what somebody has done, whether they're articulate, whether they're inarticulate, or whether this individual has more upper hand or that upper hand. But it is who, in my opinion, from the CPP, who can deliver a win to the CPP if they go against people like Prince Johnson. They go against Jamal Kuhn. Who is best suited of the two people? So that's what the primary will all be based upon. And for me, I really don't know who is going to be best suited. I'm not looking at the two of them. For me, whether they're self-accomplished, and I don't know where Mr. Alex coming from or Mr. Yato by saying that Tao Wangwe's participation in Liberian politics have really affected the body politic of Liberia. The body politic of Liberia, Tao Wangwe is a dwarf. does not understand anything. Edith Gongloe is sectional because she too comes, her politics has been about one county, NIMBA County. So none of them have affected the body politic of our country. So either one of them can showcase their candidate that they want to showcase, but I'm just saying that the primary as it is, it should evolve with some integrity so that we our people can have trust. Because the beginning of trust for CPP would be how they handle their primaries. And
And
once people can invest or repose confidence on them going forward, I think they stand a better chance as opposed to going there and willing and dealing, putting money in people's pocket, and then one person can. You will only be creating a disgruntled CPP where most people will leave, just like how others have left. You have Solonte has left. We have group of youth that just quit. Many have quit. So all of these kinds of willing and dealing can only anger, can only create spite. And that should not be the CPP that we all should be looking forward to. The CPP should be a model of democracy in our country.
and Mr. Gray, I want to say a big thank you to you. Not only to you, but to Alex, uh, Emmanuel, for you guys to just take up time of the business schedule to come on here tonight. I think we should do this more often. We should have post interview analysis so that we can continue to engage our Liberian brothers and sisters who are interested in becoming leaders in terms of politics. So as we move on tonight, we have a few minutes. Rape in Liberia has become something very big, and we cannot continue to sit idle and not say anything. And the fact that we are privileged as an entity, Rich Radio Africa, to have Mr. Conor Raymond Gray, Onome Emmanuel Tour, Mr. Alice Jones, for you to be on this platform tonight. I think it's only fair that we can address this issue because the president of Liberia, the government officials of Liberia, they have got to learn or do a better job in trying to curtail or solve the problem of rape in our country. Your brother, your sisters, they're all getting raped in that country. And for this president to put people in position, put people in very lucrative positions, now doing background check to head some major institutions in that country. I think it's sad for our country. And I want to begin this segment with a brother called Tobias Bowen, a Liberian, played professional basketball. I'm told from Cathedral and St. Patrick's. He managed to work his way to the United States of America and London. When he went to Liberia, President Weah appointed this young man as the head of a medical institution. But people listen to the story. And Mr. Jones, Honorable Toll, Conor Gray, you can come in with your analysis.
But let us all take a listen to the audio of this.
Daughters. Tobias Bowen, the then administrator of Redemption Hospital, was recently arrested and charged with rape of a 14-year-old child. That arrest ignited conversations about the prevalence of sexual assault in the Liberian community, which led to the recent demonstrations against rape on the streets of Monrovia. The arrest of Tobias Bowen also compelled his former girlfriend, Dean Dennis, and his biological
Please
daughter,
mute your
Dean,
device if you're not
Nikita
talking.
Bowman, to speak out
It is the
on
audio.
years of sexual abuse at the hands of abuse that started, she says, which was barely out of her 5 years. But this is not a story about Tobias Bowman and his reported crimes against his children. It's about courage and the resilience of the human spirit, of how a brave and determined young woman decided to come forward and tell her story, where it could serve as an inspiration to other young girls find themselves in similar situations.
Can you please mute the device if you're not talking? LA?
A powerful statement against sexual violence by ordinary
Meet the device, please.
taking to the
Reverend, please.
streets, demanding
If you're not
action
talking.
for harsher punishment for the perpetrators of rape and to designate crimes against humanity. All this in the wake of the recent arrest of the former Redemption Hospital boss, Tobias Bowen, who was arrested in July for the rape of a 14-year-old girl. According to people familiar with the case, this protest is a direct result of Bowen's sexual crimes against children going back years.
Another friend of mine called me and said, "Have you researched Syracuse newspaper?" I said, "What happened in there?" I said, "Oh, go online and search Syracuse newspaper and you will see." So when I researched it, when I went online and did a search, and I saw his picture pop out with a story that he had been arrested in Syracuse for molesting 2 children, one under 17 and one under 13.
Comfort Redeemed Dennis had a romantic relationship with Tobias Bowen that resulted in the birth of a child. Hearing the news that Bowen was arrested and charged with child sexual abuse was a surprise, but little did she know that surprise will turn into horror when she learned that one of the victims was the daughter she had with Bowen.
I was shocked. I was shocked.
A mother's pain, unbearable, realizing her worst nightmare. Rudin says to this day she has not recovered from learning that Tobias Bowen had preyed on his own daughter, subjecting her to years of sexual abuse that started almost immediately upon the child's arrival to Europe to live with him and his wife.
This is somebody who the both of us, have this child. What cruelty. Even up to now, I don't like to imagine it. Just imagining him, touching my child, and this is his child.
Rudin says because of the war in Liberia, sending her daughter to live with her father in Holland, where Tobias had settled, was a no-brainer. Little did she know she was sending her baby to a sexual predator who happens to be her father.
It started when I was about 6 years old.
Nikita Bowen, biological daughter of Tobias Bowen, says at the tender age of 6, she was often terrified when it was bedtime, knowing that her father would be making his way to her bedroom.
At 6, you really don't know what's going on. You put full trust in your parents. You don't necessarily think that they're going to betray you. But that's what happened for several years. The relationship my father and I had was not like a normal relationship between a daughter and a father. Unfortunately, it took about 11 years for me to become free. It took 11 years for me to not have to worry about being able to sleep fully throughout the night and be safe. So in short terms, I went through 11 years of abuse, and I don't want to carry this on with me anymore because this is my closure.
According to Nikita, the years went by slowly as her father continues his assault on her. It left her insecure and scared. His wife at the time worked the night shift as a nurse, giving him hours to prey on the child. About a dozen years later, Nikita, just a newly minted teenager, got the courage to stand up to her father.
I was at the age of 14. 14 is a difficult age. You're starting to, I don't know, like boys, like girls. You're starting to become yourself. You're starting, you're going through puberty. You're doing all these changes. And I started to realize, like, this feels foreign. This doesn't feel right. I feel disgusting after this happens. And how am I supposed to have a boyfriend whilst this is happening? That was the exact thought in that moment that came to me that allowed me to realize that, hey, this isn't supposed to be happening. This is not what normal relationships are like. I actually sat my father down when I realized it, and he shrugged it off.
Nikita says at 14 years old, she confronted her father and begged him to stop the abuse, hoping her plea would appeal to whatever decency he had left. But his response left her disappointed and hopeless.
I sat this man across the table like an adult at 14 years old. And I said, I don't want to do this anymore. This isn't right. And this man had the audacity that I would be a prisoner for the rest of my life.
Nikita says her father then turned his attention to his much younger daughter.
He moved on when I became strong enough to say no, and he moved on to a 10-year-old. My younger sister at the time was only 10. She was a baby. She was the sweetest child, God-fearing at 10. She was in love with Jesus, and that's something I couldn't wrap my head around, is how such an innocent child could become not a victim, but become someone he targeted, someone that was his own child.
Nikita says her father gave her tons of justification for his actions, suggesting that his sexual advances towards her was out of love.
This one's a little tough for me to say, but he said that a girl's first love is their father. Now, watching a lot of my friends, I can see how that's true. But in my case, it wasn't true. Excuses like no one will ever believe you anyway. Excuses like I have to make you feel loved. I wasn't being loved. I was being harmed. That isn't love. Love is wrapping your arms around me and telling me that everything's going to be okay, not invading my personal, emotional, and physical space the way that he did. And I told myself I was going to be so strong. I told myself I was not going to allow this man to take another tear out of my eyes. But it's not him I'm crying for. It's the fact that these young girls had to sit in the exact same position I sat in. And he throws them money. Like that is supposed to give back a virginity that you take. I was supposed to have that choice, sir. I was supposed to have that choice who I gave it to, whether it was wrong or not. I wasn't allowed to have that choice.
He had molested her and told her that it was something that is common in Liberia. That's enough. It's not. It's not a norm of the Liberian society, and it's not.
Today, Nikita is a thriving, confident young woman. A far cry from where she was just a few years ago. She still struggles with what she endured, but she says she has come to terms with what happened to her and has a message for her father.
You have taken 11 years of my childhood. It has taken me several years to fix what you have done wrong, but I am happy now. I am strong now, and you will never, ever hurt me again. I will not defend you. I will not stand by you. You are not my father. You are no one to me. I have disowned you just like you disowned your duty to be an actual real father, a real man. And because you've decided those choices, you're going to miss out on one of the greatest things that ever happened to you, which is me, Nikita Bowen, me.
According to sources, Tobias Bowen has been relieved of his duties at Redemption Hospital, but people are asking, how can a fugitive from justice accused and convicted of crimes against children be in charge of a government hospital with unfettered access to children. Nikita says she refuses to be her father's legacy and vowed to dedicate her life to serving others who find themselves in similar situation. Now, stay tuned because part two of this story is forthcoming with the entire unedited interview with Nikita and Rudine, with excerpts not included in today's story. Thank you for joining us. We see you next time.
And I want to say a big thank you to the Stubblefield, report. Mr. Jomo Stubblefield wants to say a big thank you for this very splendid production. My people, Emmanuel Tor, Alice Jones, Connor E. Reming Gray. This is what we're faced with. We all are complaining about rape in Liberia. Let me begin with Honorable Emmanuel Yato. When you hear a young lady say that she was molested by her own father or biological father, email. Go ahead. You might want to unmute your phone, Mr. Toe.
You hear me?
I can hear you now.
I said it's heartbreaking. Rape is a sin that shows the decadence of the society. The decay of the society is through the abuse of kids. You can hear me? Tigana?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, we can hear you now.
Yeah, Ashford. I say the sin of rape shows that the society has gone so far down in the acceptance of rape. Mind you that the person who rapes, but it's condoned, and also it is accepted by the relatives and hidden by the relatives. So what do? It should be condemned first by all Liberians. But condemnation by itself is not enough. Who is the prosecutorial arm of the republic? The government, the executive, to be precise. 10 years on the books now for rape. 10 years in central prison or in Grand Gita or in Lofa will really transform or will make good on that issue of rape. I'm saying to you is that we have our leadership in office now, where we have relegated our moral rights to just being silent. That for a president to sit there and not talk to or educate our people on a daily basis, that you're not prosecuting people with speed, so that people know that rape is not something that we want to do in society. And we set up committees to investigate, and committees upon committees, where the president could just come out and say, my people, I will not tolerate nonsense. I will empower all chiefs outside of Monrovia to make sure that they understand that rape will not be tolerated. That we will put in a budget, a special unit within the police force to investigate rape. We will invest the money so that those who are accused are given due process. But we have a leadership that really don't care. That when you have a little kid is raped and her private parts are torn by a blade, razor blade, and the leadership from the Senate and from the president is not mad enough to say that this must be the end of it. And the best we can do is set up committees. Then, oh man, I don't know what we'll do. Some folks say, let's change the law and say, let's murder or let's execute the person. What difference would it do when the society has accepted rape, either in one form? Anybody who have sex with an underage kid is a rape, whether they consent or not. That is rampant. And just before I land, I thought the sadness in the society today, what the war has done to us is two things. War has either made our girls prostitutes or our boys beggars. That parents are so poor that the light is so dim at the end of the tunnel that they would rather go have their kids at the age of 15 or 14 to sleep with men because they need money to support the family. That it is not frowned upon that our girls, if you look at the way they dress on Facebook or in the public, and you will say that where is this society going? And you wonder why rape has become an accepted mode of operation in Liberia. And until all Liberians are saying that we will not tolerate this nonsense anymore, that anybody who rapes will be frowned upon, that we will not welcome anybody who, as a man, will sleep with an underage kid. Then until we are mad enough, but mind you, government officials, the clergy, pastors are sleeping, teachers are sleeping with students, and there's no punishment. Do you think another law on the boat will help? Do you think that if the president was to set up a task force where we punish severely under the current laws, teachers will punish pastors, government officials for sleeping with underage kids? Do you think that overnight we can get rid of this problem? But we have not taken up the courage as a nation to once and for all end this decadent behavior, and we accept it. Until we accept that, and the clergy have not spoken on rape. You know that our clergy, that's supposed to be the moral standard bearer for the society, have not spoken on rape. Our chiefs, where is Azakawa and the rest of the chiefs and elders?
And please stop there, Mr. Toe. We'll come back to that. Okay. And folks, I'm telling you, the issue of rape in our country is something that we all need to continue to talk about. This is very disturbing. It's very disturbing to the point where we can't seem to get our arms around this. We have a president who claims to be the feminist in chief. We have a vice president as a female. She has daughters, if not a daughter. We've had the first woman president, not only in Liberia, but in all of Africa. Why? Why are our younger brothers and sisters tampered with illegally? You have grown people who are available for you to talk to them and touch them. Is this because of juju purposes? Do you know something that we don't know? Why are you not following your equals? This is sad. Want to bring in Mrs. Alice Jones. Mr. Jones.
Okay, so first and foremost, I want to say thank you, Ashwa, for discussing this topic. I was on your show the other day as a caller, and there was an incident of a man named Pete that took advantage of a situation and had a baby with a girl that was 16 years old. And you stood up, and so I want to thank you. I also want to thank people like Hawa, Meska, Ya, Telco, Steve Woody, and all those in the community that have been working on this issue before it even got popular. Some are just getting into it to support. But I don't know the whole list of names, but all you guys, Liberians that have been out there, working on this issue, God bless you. Keep doing it and keep fighting. It's the biggest issue we can ever have in our country, the destruction of young people's lives. Uh, I have just two solutions, um, and I talked about it brief the other day. One is the whole entire legislature should be shut down until this incident in Liberia is solved. No pay, no gas for any member of the legislature. No bill should pass in Liberia. Shut the whole thing down. Block the road until they bring a solution to this thing. And the second one is mob justice. Since the police, there's a case where a girl went to the police station and she was raped in the police station. In that kind of case, set the motherfucker on fire. You know, don't, because at this point, until people learn and people ready to take action, nothing is going to happen. This rape thing in our culture, it hasn't just started on a Georgia. Let's be clear. This thing started in the 70s and before that. And government officials, permanent people cover this stuff up. They were doing this thing a long time ago. So when your family member or if anyone, two witnesses, is caught in the act, Alex June was saying, set the person on fire. End of story. When you do that to two or three people, this will be the end of rape in Liberia. So that's the solution. But these things is because of poverty and because of lack of leadership. Because in countries, you think you can try this in any like Arab country or in some country where you'll get burned right away. So Liberia, we take, like you said, this is a government official. This is the guy that running the hospital. So he gets exception because he knows people, he connected to people. And we need to stop that. Whether you're in my party or this other person's party or you're in government or not, if you break the law, you must pay the price. That's the only way we're going to move forward and start harming people and get a better society.
Thank you, Ellis. Want to go back to want to go to Minnesota now, where Mr. Gray, you might just want to please clear the lenses of your camera because you look a little bit blurry as we bring you live.
I'm not sure why.
Friend, please.
Anyway, it will adjust itself.
Go ahead.
I have the focus.
I mean,
sorry about that.
To Mr. Mariato. Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Sorry about this. This might adjust itself. It's just the way my system is set up. It goes to sleep. But I hope it doesn't seem like I'm coming after Mr. Jones. He talks of mob justice at the same time. He says that people should be burned, and it seems as though that's the same feeling those who take justice into their own hands. That's the same feeling that clamor them. That instant gratification for punishment. But that tells me more that our country is still thrive on jungle justice. But this is not the reason I'll be looking at. This is not the lenses I'll be looking at rape, from. But I want to say that I think the legislature, which is the first branch of government, must be able to revive some of the laws that we have because they are tight-lipped. If we're talking about a situation where we're sharing money, you hear them. They will take the lead. They will argue. Right now, they're tight-lipped because you know what? Nobody is passing money, and nobody is really putting money in anybody's pocket. So now is the time for the legislature to take the lead because they are the first branch of government. And I also believe that we'll talk about Tobias Bowen. This is somebody I grew up in Monrovia. Tobias Bowen is no stranger to us. We played pool on the table. We went to the sport commission there. He was one of the people who watched playing. But increasingly, I am seeing the need for us to push this war crimes court until we can go back and begin to bring people to justice, just to begin to have a set point to end impunity in our country. people will always find excuse why their brother, their sister, their this should not be the victim of the law. Matter of fact, if the law clamps down on you, you're not a victim. Justice has been served. And I think you're talking about Tobias Bowen. Um, Tobias' own participation in the war, I'll just leave it at that before I raise other concerns. But if you think about Brisbane, if you think about people who were really Morovia boys who grew up, among people they know, and they victimized those people during the war. Tobias is one. You see, one reason why some of us can come in this platform and openly talk is because by virtue of me knowing so many people in Morovia, I was very constrained to even do anything funny. But seemingly the Tobias Bowen and few and there are a lot that if we begin to call name, it might be unfair to some folks because we seem like we're pointing finger of against them wrongly. That's why we say bring the war crimes court so you can begin to bring perpetrators to justice, and those who were victims will eventually have closure to some of their nightmares they felt in the hands of some of these people who rape is just one thing that caught up with Tobias Bowen, but the Tobias Bowen that I know and his contribution to our war is even worse. But I'll leave it at that.
No, 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 no. You can't
But
leave it at that.
until we begin to bring people to justice for what they've done,
You can't leave it as that.
um,
You said
do you hear me?
Conor Gray, you said that Tobias Bowen, and the war, you want to leave it as that. I don't know where you're going. Whether you are saying Tobias Bowen was tampered with, and because he was tampered with, he should take it out on his own children or his own child. I don't know where you're going with this.
No,
But
no, 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 no.
no. Come on, Remy. I want you to say something. Tobias Bowen,
No, no, no.
he just
You,
had
I,
his
I think
daughter.
you got me wrong. I think you got me
You
wrong.
got him wrong, yeah. Yeah.
I'm not saying he was tampered with. I'm saying that his contribution to our war is even worse than this rape situation, all because he has a past of maiming victim and going unpunished. So if we bring the war crimes court, you will hear more about Tobias that will fill your mouth more than even the rape you've heard. I mean, the rape is despicable. I mean, any way you look at it, sleeping with your own child and all that. I mean, it's nasty to the core. But I'm talking about some of his participation during our war. My brother, if if some of us give some of the account that we know of this particular individual, you will see the reason why he has no fear in committing crime. And you meet that gentleman, not gentleman, in fact, you meet that Gina in court.
That idiot, right?
That guy will stand there, that devil will
Call
stand
him
there.
the monster.
Yeah, that's a
He said,
monster.
you are no longer my father. You are a monster.
Yep.
His own daughter.
My brother, clearly so, he's a monster. This guy has a even deeper war past. In addition to this despicable crime that he has committed allegedly. Some of them, in fact, he was already incriminated, so it's not even alleged. It's not an allegation anymore. But I'm only saying that these were the guys who knew lots of folks, just like you and I, Mr. Gurley, who grew up in Morovia. I always tell people this was a small community. We all went to the same basketball court to watch basketball. We went to the same soccer pitch to watch football. We went to this, I mean, everything, even the marble we were playing when we were growing up, the same people were playing marble. We were the same people that participated in that war. So unless you have a bigger conscience, you understand, some people acted without even thinking about the future. And I can tell you, Mr. Bowen has a very deeper past. You talking about doing background check. I think the legislature maybe didn't go for confirmation hearing, but I like the way how the legislature sensed the appearance of Darius Dillon. I'm not giving him all the credit, but the pre Darius Dillon legislature is not the same as the post Darius Dillon legislature. Now I think you can just come to the legislature and then they give you a passing mark because their own duty is just to confirm you and you go. I think they check you. And the president also, they should be able to put a system in place where they do thorough background check. You said it, Mr. Gurley. And but the president is one person. I'm not going to take his side or be against him this time. The president is one person he appoints. I think he has a corp of advisor that should say, chief, this guy is not checking out. But whether or not he will listen to them, because Mr. Weir is just like what any other political leader, does with their organization. That's why you see some of us today we're not part of political organization, because the voice of the others don't matter anyway as long as the leader wants it. That's it. And for me, that's not the kind of politics I ascribe to. I believe that if somebody is head of an institution, there's a corp of agreement that comes from collective voices, not just one person say so one and then all the rest say hi. And that's how I see across the span of political organization, beginning from the UP that was there, the ANC, all of them, they are one person, so say one, so say all. So for me, that is just, ALP, whatever you says, that's it. So until we can begin to have a remedy in our law to really prosecute people, I can go look at political institution because they are the least in terms of there's nothing that they can do collectively because one person, especially if you have a deeper pocket, anything you say, that's it. And you can come from, you can cry justice from now to I don't know the next generation of human beings. You will not be listened to.
Thank
That's
you.
why some of us are continue to say we're not part of political parties.
Thank you, Mr.
Now, now let us put an end to this week. But I think the legislature should begin to step up and make, what we say, quick laws. Madam Salif did well. I hate to say this, but Madam Salif, she moved the gavel a little bit. It moved the gavel a little bit because people were paying child support. People were beginning to be held responsible for raping people. There were people who I know that grew up in Monrovia that went to jail. The issue of Angel Togba and all of this. If he had been today, Angel Togba would have been nothing. Nobody would have gone to jail. And unless we have that system reinstated and reinforced, I mean, Madam Salif's system reinstated, reinforced. Don't tell me there was more rape occurred under Madam Salif, but we also saw more prosecution under Madam Salif, and men were being held responsible for the sexual crime against gender-based violence, especially against women. The the um, the gender ministry was more perverse. It was more pronounced as opposed to the dominant, non-existent gender like she doesn't even know what she's doing, and somebody brought it up that she does not even have a simple website set up. These were the individuals who were crying honky around here when Madam Salif was there, as though she was going to do more for women than anybody else. The reason why that particular ministry has always been held by a woman is because they believe that crime against sexual crimes are more prevalent against women. So for her to be there now, they're pushing her, then she wants to go tit and tat with people who are bringing things up. I mean, that's just despicable. The whole thing is just a shanda right now. I hope we can move the gavel forward from the legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Greg. And I want to say a big thank you to you. As always, Mr. Toe, will you please unmute your device? And as we are bringing you on next, and then we'll go to Alex. We can call this a night because I have been on here. In radio and television, when you were supposed to be on at 8 p.m., you actually start to plan 2 or 3 hours in advance. There's something called the pre-production, the production and the post-production. In this case, I want to say a big thank you for the suggestion from Alex, Emmanuel, and Mr. Gray that we can have our actual production, and then we'll go into post production. In terms of interview, you have the interview and you go to the post interview and discuss, what I would say with the interviewee, as to what the plans are in terms of the country for which they want to represent. I think it's a good thing, and I want to applaud you for even bringing up that suggestion that we can do the actual program, and then after the program, we can come and discuss about some of the things the interviewee have said and go beyond. In the meantime, I want to go to uh, Honorable Ibadiato to give us his take on this, and we'll go to Alice and call this. So I'm gonna call this a night because I'm tired, man. I mean, yeah, I'm tired. I want to
I
go.
can see, I can see.
Yeah.
So, actually, thanks a lot for the platform. We covered two issues tonight, and on the issue of rape, I think we're unanimous in our condemnation of the this evil that is in our midst. I hope that our leadership, whether it be a traditional leadership, the government, or just our mom and our dads, will frown upon this evil that has brought disgrace to us as Liberians. On the issue of the GONGLOE-WEH, I'm happy that she's articulated her viewpoint. I know she will be a better advocate for the people of Nima County. I, together with many of our friends in the diaspora, will support her. And we go to the convention this this Sunday. While I'm not a CPB member, I'm cheering for her. And I hope that the memorandum of understanding is signed between both by both she and Ty will last. That whoever becomes the loser will bow out, so that our efforts will be towards removing the influence of Prince Johnson in Nima County. So I want to say thanks for this platform, and I wish everybody well.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, I'll just be very short. I think we had a long night, but I want to stick with the rape thing. Again, thank you all those who are in this fight. Uh, your effort is not going unnoticed. Most times we tend to focus on politics and we tend to focus on things that football game or European Cup, but this is an issue that I think we all should stick on until if one child gets raped in Liberia, one person, that's one too many. So we should not stop. And what it takes, we can go protest for other things, we can do all these things. We should do it for this because uh, for this guy to even still be walking around, even still be in his cell, it bothers me. So again, I want to say thank you for the time, and it's always a pleasure to come here with my brothers and discuss the issue. Thank you, Ashwa.
Okay, Alex. Thanks, and Remain. You have 1 minute to just conclude, and we can just for this tonight. Remy, are you there? You can
Well,
hear me?
gentlemen, I want to firstly apologize for coming late. The expectation was created by Mr. Jones that I will be there earlier, and I'm never late. But thing is,
The Colonel.
yeah,
That's true. I can attest to that, Colonel.
man, I'm telling you, I mean, I was going to have a speeding ticket where I was coming from, but I needed to do what I need to do. Mr. Gully, you know how that is. When the people give you a mandate, you have to go carry it. I mean, there's no mandate.
Right, that's right.
There's no mandate that can ever match that mandate, man. So I had to go do what I had to do. But that's why I had to come in this late, and I would take my time and listen to Miss Ware. Um, and I've been prying around to listen to Taiwan as well. Um, but for me, this is nothing personal to the two of them, and I wish the best candidate to evolve. Um, I believe the CPB can put up because um, what the ruling establishment is doing is not something you can overlook. Even in Magibi there, even in Banga, in Bong County, I'm sorry, they've cleverly gone and siding with some stronger candidates. So if you take the motion on the primary here of the CPP, you will end up with some candidate that probably will go nowhere. Because when you're putting a candidate against the ruling establishment, that candidate must be certainly a stronger candidate. And strong not in the sense that they've done so much, but popularity counts. This is third world politics we're talking about. I mean, just recently you interview a guy that we all know, in Liberia, and somebody has been in that district working. But the fact that this individual has entered the race has created, a bigger picture because Liberian politics is about popularity as well.
That's right.
And if you're not popular, you're not going to go anywhere.
Oh,
And I see some of our own candidates for bigger position like the presidency are struggling with, popularity issue. And my brother, I'll just leave it here. But
okay. Thank you. Thank
I'll
you. Thank you. Alex, just before you leave, Remy, Alex, I thank you. Tomorrow, I am hosting Sam Jackson. Sam Jackson will be coming on tomorrow. I need to get a flyer ready. And for the post interview analysis, I will need you and Remy to come on so we can discuss.
Sam and I doing a show earlier on too on the Economist, so he just called me this evening.
I will need you to get involved in terms of the questions.
Okay.
For Sam,
well, I'll do anything for you.
Okay.
You're doing a good job.
Sam Johnson is my guest tomorrow. He's going to come in and talk about his book. Okay. And he just released his second book. So Sam Jackson is our guest tomorrow.
Yeah.
And after he leaves, I will need you and Remy to come on here for us to do our post interview analysis as well. And by the way, whoever brought it out there, whether it was you or Remy, I appreciate it. And we need this more often, And then on Wednesday, we will play host to Miss Grace Carrington Goa and Margaret Johnson. They are both advocates for rape, the crime against rape and stuff like that. They'll be in our studio on Wednesday. And of course, on Thursday, Remy knows Quincy T will be for entertainment purposes. But in the meantime, folks, and I just want you guys, both of you, to minute of each, to just give us the partner if we can call this a night as I go down and find the theme song to conclude. So I will begin with Alex. Alex, in 1 minute.
Well, I would say the Colonel, this man, On a personal note, I think would be the best Minister of Defense that bro ever had, or Chief of Staff. So George, yeah, if you listen to me or Cummings or whoever, this guy is disciplined. He really loves the country, and he has a very good reputation. So it's always a pleasure to work with him. And Asher will be the next information minister.
Let me pray.
Man,
So I will campaign for you guys, okay?
definitely,
Good job.
long gone are the days we've seen, chief of staff who will represent the country at the international table. Can you imagine if I sit with any international chief of staff, the way our Liberia will shine? Because
I tell you, my man.
It will.
I tell you.
do you imagine if even if I were the minister of defense and we'll be talking about national defense, and people would think like, bro, it's probably next
That's
to
our
Walker.
calling power right there. Our calling power.
Well, anyway, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, you're good night, man.
That's just
Good night, guys. All right. Thank you very much, guys.
I gotta go to sleep.
Yeah, well, man, take care, man. Don't drive tonight, man, because you already.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Great.
Take care, my man.
Powerful.
Have a good night,
my man. And folks, I'm afraid it's all the time I have to be with you tonight. God willing, I will be back tomorrow night, where we'll play host to. We'll play host to. How you open host to Mr. Sam P. Jackson is our special guest tomorrow. Papi, Samuel Jackson, the pastor man, the civilized pastor man, is our special guest tomorrow night. Pa Jackson, we'll see you tomorrow night. And folks, on a very serious note, I'd love to say that big thank you to all of you for taking off time of the busy schedule just to form part of the show tonight. You bear with me. I porcupine God. Someday I will add crazy, someday I will add like everything okay. You please bear with me. I ASHFORD GARLEY. You can't throw me away. Amen. A big thank you to my strategists, board members, for what you've done and continue to do. Adolphus Benjamin Jacobs, Mrs. Angela Kessel Butch. I just want to say a big thank you to all of you for what you've done and continue to do for British Radio Africa. We wouldn't be here without you. And may God continue to bless you all for that. With that said, please allow me to borrow the wordings of the wise man. You know, they say tough times don't last, tough people do. The height of a man is never known until he rises. And there's no second chance to make that first impression. Don't see okra and swallow bone. When men know you friend black man. Jre, si tu panye ke, zabon play on that and jack one G. Folks, this is the medicine of the microphone, the golden voice of Liberia. Yours truly, ASHFORD the giant, the original giant, the now you know me Garley. Have a good night. It's either go freedom and I'm funnel. I said when you have freedom, sky is the limit. Hey, freedom. My name, and now you know me.